folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 7th of February 2021. Hope you're all hanging in as always and not just hanging around. I guess we're all hanging around really, we're all locked down still as we go through the amazing retraining program that's got so much hanging on it. The whole future hangs on the current developments to do with COVID, etc. And planned long ago, of course, before you heard the term COVID-19. Judging from all the different tests that they had with Johns Hopkins University and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundations and others too, all involved across the world with the same tests. If this should ever happen, what would we do? And we're certainly finding out, aren't we? And the first thing, of course, is wartime scenarios, emergency powers, because under emergency powers, there's a war, that is War Measures Act, actually. And the first law by government when it comes to emergency is never tell the truth to the public. That's standard in all kinds of warfare. What's really surprising, I suppose, is that they're following War Powers Acts with the curfews, of course, in some places. Because COVID, as you know, is more virulent in the dark. You know, you don't see it coming, so it hits you faster. So you can't be out in the dark. And also to do with crowd gatherings, no more than 2 or 5 or whatever the number happens to be, right out of the book for war powers, basically. And again, crushing all dissent, any defeatist attitudes, basically, is, in other words, censorship of speech. It's a whole shebang we're going through right now. And we have been for a long time because they planned it. They talked about this at the events that they had, like 201 and Lockstep, etc. And all the lockdown stages up to about 5 different levels, and how they would treat the general public. And eventually, when you get up to the higher levels of it, they talked about completely deplatforming people or freezing any income that they had to stop them from talking to the general population. It's important, you see, that there can be only one narrative coming from a singular source at the top that all the nations must follow. Because this is global, obviously, global agenda. And out of it, too, you have the World Economic Forum and United Nations talking about a form of world government to cope with it all. You know? This doesn't surprise people who've been following this for years, because it really is a repeat of many talks I've given years ago from their own sources of how they'd love to do this and do that. They need different emergency powers, etc., to bring all these things. And the same as 9/11. Before 9/11, they had a whole list of countries they wanted to take out and reduce to the Stone Age, according to Kissinger and Brzezinski. They had debates about it. And these are the terms they used, by the way. They said it was better to demolish Iraq and other countries and destroy their infrastructure and ensure, by financing different internal strife amongst different tribal groups or factions or religious groups, then they could have them fighting forever amongst themselves, so they could never stand together as a unified nation. That was the whole point of it, well, of that exercise. A lot more came out of it, naturally. Because you never go to war for just to annihilate an enemy. Most wars are economic wars, as you know. And you even forget that even waging a war on some country is an economic war, because out of it you get, again, emergency powers type acts are thrown out there, and your own militaries, even if they're invading other countries, need a lot of cash to make it all happen. And the money they take, they dish out, is incredible. You know, the amounts, of course, is incredible. And anyone who's ever followed the Halliburton exercise, when the Halliburton, this big massive conglomerate, went out to supply the troops with fresh drinking water initially and other things added on top of it, multi-billion-dollar industry. And they did an awful good documentary about it years ago, if you can get hold of it, because it shows you the cons that were going on. I mean, there were so many millionaires made by doing nothing except just signing occasional bits of paper. And the Federal Reserve, of course, was in on the act too, by printing up cash. And you saw skid loads of cash, freshly minted cash, getting brought in and dropped off in for their bunkers in Iraq, where they had their bases. And they even talked to some of the officers in charge of the bunkers, who said, yeah, the guys would come in with bags and we just stuff them full of cash, no receipts, nothing. Just astonishing. That's the reality. So that's economic too. The ones who wage war naturally find this awfully, awfully lucrative. Not the troops at the bottom, but the ones that jump in in the act, of course. And it's the same with COVID as well, as you well know. I mean, there's so many millionaires and billionaires increasing their coffers massively when the governments are borrowing from goodness knows whom, right? Trillions of dollars. Just rubber stamp trillions of dollars. Just digital currency, really. Numbers that can't be verified because no one's overseeing it to see if it even exists in the first place. Great con, eh? But regardless, if you accept to put them into the government coffers, then the taxpayers are guaranteed to try to pay this off with the loan and their interest and everything. Now, it's just astonishing. Really, we can't. Well, it staggers in mind. The numbers are staggering. And economies, again, economic warfare is, to shut down nations under economic warfare. You make them pay for everything. All the money is getting borrowed, you have to pay back over many generations, or your great-great-great-grandchildren, if you even have any, if you're still able to have them after all this lot. But the amount of money has been made by people who were all behind this from the beginning and in on the planning of it is just astronomical, really. Just like it was at Halliburton too. And it doesn't surprise me, because we live in a completely fake reality. We're taught to be, as I've said before, to stay naive, Your ability to really excel at school by using your own mind is completely stunted as soon as you walk into school at the age of 5 or whatever it is. And then you're given an indoctrination to make you sure that you stay naive for the rest of your lives. Really something, isn't it? Rather, it's been perfected too. Most folk really believe everything they've been taught. I can remember in school, I don't know what age, I think it would be 6 or 7, and there's a teacher talking about Robert the Bruce, And all you know about Robert the Bruce is he lost a few battles, you see. They never told you at the time that he was really Norman. He wasn't Scottish. There were Norman families still, they all came in with the Norman invasion. Went through England and Scotland, and he was Robert de Brucy, you see. I had to find out myself by going to the adult library. And they did have great libraries in the main towns you could walk to. So anyway, we were taught in school that he sat there and he says, how am I going to become a king here and overthrow the armies of the south? And he watched a spider. This is the rubbish they taught you. He watched, and who was sitting watching him watching the spider? And he sat and watched a spider that's trying to get up at the side of the cliff or the cave, and had to cross over. I don't know what it was crossing over for to another point, but it was trying to swing across, and it kept falling and missing and all. It had to keep swinging, and eventually it actually managed to swing across this little chasm and get stuck on the other side of it, This is the tripe they taught you. This is what you went to school for. Utter rubbish like that, And it was years before they even touched on any Scottish history, apart from that kind of the ancient history stuff. Years, because it was still very delicate to talk about what happened. There was still a lot of talk in the Highland areas in Scotland of the clearances that hadn't long finished. In fact, they were still exporting people out of Scotland in the 1940s and 50s and 60s and 70s. But the real clearances had left an incredible impression on Highland people, whoever was left, because it was a genocide, as well as a deportation of masses of people, but a genocide as well. And it was deliberate, Don't think that in your own time you're seeing kind of Hollywood movie style deceptions and cunning and Machiavellian techniques being used. The techniques are ancient with humans. Humans always want, our leaders always want to appear to be, they look at history in advance. They say, how do I want to be perceived after I kill lots of people? And so they think up ways to do it, kind of like remaking Rockefeller after he had the militias shoot on the tents of the union leaders at the time and their families. He remade them. It was remade by public relations experts. And he suddenly became a philanthropist and a do-gooder, you see. You just misperceived his intentions when he was having your machine gun, you know. But that's what history's always been. And in Scotland, you had to find, again, going into reference libraries, and they asked you, you know, why do you want to see these particular books? Like it was like a big secret. I always lied to them and sound rather innocent, you know. They could find them at the time. And they actually had statements in the 1700s after the last rebellion that Prince Charles had. And then after Culloden, they had lots of statements about people, what happened with the slaughtering right through the Highlands. You know. You didn't have to be associated with any of the people who participated in it. Maybe it was a smaller fraction of people who actually took part in it all. But just being a Highlander was enough to get you slaughtered and your family. And they made, you know, the troops, unfortunately, in all the eras, take glee. A lot of them take glee in that. Some of them spoke out against it later on. But others took glee in it because you're getting a free hand to slaughter folk. And there's a sadistic enjoyment that some people get on that, you know, when you can see the terror in their eyes. You see it too in the Middle East when you saw the troops smashing doors down on children. You know, everything going loose, so to speak, you know, in their clothing, as they wet themselves, etc. Not knowing if they're going to live or die. Same thing in Vietnam. And so there's definitely something that takes a lot of them over. And all nations are the same, you know. These human condition, and well studied too by the psychologists, can exacerbate it. Sometimes they exacerbate it to make sure there is a big cull. You know. Never trust psychologists and behaviors. They're always used for nefarious purposes, even today with COVID too. Big time. But you find too with the clearances in Scotland, as an example, that they had lots of statements from survivors who watched their families being deported, and these old boats, old ships that were rounded up by the London government, that were due for demo. They're already sinking, half of them, and falling apart. And there's supposed to be a voyage supposedly over the Atlantic. And they watched their relatives sinking within sight of the coastline. It had just taken off. You know. So it's the plausible denial, but well, we've supplied this. We had no idea they were going to sink. You understand? That's how things really happen in history. That's how it really is. It's all lies. Humans are the most deceptive characters, especially in leadership positions. And those around them, the coterie around them of experts that advise them. And then the experts that tell us what to think on behalf of governments or royalty. Nothing has changed much, really, except they've got better persuasive techniques today because they've been so studied over the last few centuries. You can pretty well tell what works with, and with real time now too, they can tell what's working on the public with the chit chat in real time on the net, and all their cell phone collection data, etc. All the algorithms can tell in real time who's for this or against that, or whatever it happens to be. And so you have much better persuasive techniques, and they actually call it persuasive techniques now. They don't call it brainwashing. No, that's too uncouth, you know. And once we catch on to what things really mean, the terms they really mean, they change the names, the actual language of it. That's what professionals always do, you know. The first thing you do in any profession is to create a language for the insiders, for the in-group, you see. Be it medicine or whatever, you always change the language. Or psychology and psychiatry are really good for it because they had nothing much to start with, you see. Except sex and Freud, that was it. And so they built upon the rest of it from there. But to create a whole language, a lexicon basically, and of terminology. So only and it sounds awfully important so that folk would create, my goodness, they really know manic depression, right? Manic depressive psychosis. And once they had enough talk shows mentioning the same term, they changed it to bipolar, you know. So it's this is what they do when you catch on. Too many folk understand what they mean. They don't like you understanding, because then it's hard to get you to give them the authority over you that they want when you can understand the terms that they're using. You know, and it's the same in medicine. Very exactly the same in medicine as well. Once you catch on, and you right down to the terms about to do with vaccine-enhanced respiratory response, basically, what they're talking about really, and they've changed it about 5 times in the last 8 months. When the people started to catch on, the terminology that leads to what was called the cytokine storm, that really dramatic terminology. But there's a whole bunch of other terms that they use, but they keep changing them because the folk are catching on, you see. And they want to confuse you with it rather than keep it straightforward. In other words, the vaccine-enhanced response, and you get an over response because of the vaccine once you hit the wild virus, you see, in real life. And then your system goes into overdrive, and basically you'll drown. You'll drown in your own fluids in the lungs as it really enlarges. You know, gets soaked up with extra blood and so on. And so they keep changing it. But it's the same thing with all terminology, say with science, you see. But we never lived in a time, see, most people haven't lived in a time of warfare. Or if they have lived in warfare, there's always been a war on the go across the planet, lots of wars actually. And you've lived in a war that's gone on since but 1991, starting with Desert Storm. It never stopped. Then they policed it for a few years, and then they went in to attack Iraq and then Afghanistan and a whole bunch of other nations. And that was on the list of the PNAC group from the 1990s. And George Bush Jr. and Rumsfeld and Cheney and the rest of them that were in the PNAC group were there in charge in the government. So they got their wish, a Pearl Harbor event, and off it went to kick it off. And that was also the Patriot Act and the anti-terrorism bills and so on, all ran through at the same time, where folk were stripped, not just in the US, but across the world, stripped of their rights and freedoms under the guise of anti-terrorism, fighting terrorism. That was part 1. And of course, COVID is part 2 to complete it all. Quite interesting, because it's the same terminology is being used. And of course, the psychologists that work for governments, batteries of them, you know, and behaviorists all work together, analysing the data, etc., how to get folk to comply with all the orders that are dished out there, and have to even frighten the people, even right down to telling the journalists, the handouts they gave the journalists from the group that ran Britain, the SAGE group, subcontracted a department to another group of psychologists and behaviorists to find ways to make the folk comply. And because this group came out and gave a handout to all the different journalists, telling them in Britain and elsewhere, of course, because this is global, to exaggerate the stories, to intensify the anxiety amongst the public to get compliance. So they're terrorizing you by exaggerating stories. I've still got the articles here, and I put them up months and months ago, last year. And so they have lots of other people as well. But you're really under wartime acts where literally you're not allowed to say anything that's contrary to the monolith, I should say, the monolithic system at the very top, you know. Because that's what it is. It's a pyramid, and at the cap of the pyramid dictates to all the sides below it. There's 4 sides, remember, except for the underside 2. You could take 5 in there, but you got 4 sides, and so all those bricks going down from the capstone have to all parrot what the capstone says. And then at the bottom you have you'll see it in the dollar bill and other paintings as well, especially from the 18th century and the 19th century. 18th, a lot of them came out, and they had pyramids everywhere. But they also had what you see in the dollar bill, the weeds at the bottom. That's the general population. That's the wilderness, the people where the ordinary folk are. That's the weeds growing, you see at the bottom there. And so the ones who are above the rest of the public on the first level, all the way up, they have an idea what they have to do. But as they go higher up the pyramid, they know the real reasons for things. The rest of them know not to ask, and they're well rewarded for it. So all information has to be uniform in warfare. And that's why I have a department of information, if you don't know that. George Orwell worked for it in World War II in the BBC. And why would you need a department of information running a wartime system when you think you're living in democracies? Well, you can dream on and really still believe in it and keep voting. And God help you, because nobody else will if you keep voting. But that's the system in which you live, you see. It's complete deception. And only now, remember, I've said it before, you get 50-year to 100-year lockdowns on information under war times, or Measures Act and so on, that actually classify information as secret, not to be told to the public. And there are terms, some are 50 years, some are 100 years. And I've mentioned it before, they only recently allowed the public to have the official sealed stuff about Lord Kitchener. He was one of the guys, you sent him across the world in the old British Empire days to take care of problems, and he certainly did that. But they couldn't tell the public how he did it, because it was butchery, basically. Every fifth man, line them up and kill them, and that teaches all the rest of the people in the huts to behave themselves across the world, you see. And that's why they have official secrets acts, you see. That's how it really works. Folk have no idea of what's going on. They're given fairy stories in the meantime, which they quite happily debunk maybe 50 years later, when everybody's either dead, that generation, or no one cares anymore. But some people, it's sealed for 100 years. The original NAFTA deal, North American Free Trade Agreement, it was put in they had one version for the public, a very condensed, minimalistic version, but the big one was put in archives and bunkers, actually, and sealed for 50 years. Why would that had to be sealed for 50 years? Well, it's because you've been sold out. Completely. It's to be the end of the nation state by the 50 years is up. It won't exist as a nation at all. And that's part of it. The part of it, inner part too, is you're going into a system that Carroll Quigley talks about quite openly in Tragedy and Hope, and other writings too. And he was the official keeper of the archives for 2 or 3 years, and he had access to all the records of the Council on Foreign Relations, the big monopoly system that runs every part of the system of the US, Canada, and elsewhere. They have a branch for Australia and New Zealand and Japan, And they brought China in long ago too. But they also have one for the European Union now as well. And of course the British system is the Royal Institute for International Affairs. And they created one for the European Institute for International Affairs. Soros actually set it up. That was in the newspapers quite a few years ago. But yeah, you can find it, yeah. So yeah, you're taught to go and vote for puppets, front people, like Hancock in Britain, that no one, I don't think anybody respects. That's my impression. Never mind Boris Johnson, a made-for-TV clown. As I've said, but do you really think his hair looks like that? It takes big money to make it look like that. Personally done in the whole thing. Everything's a show, Everything you see is a show, a drama, and it's presented in that way too. Some are very professional presentations, but most of them are kind of ad hoc, good enough for the public, because they've got to look like they're spontaneous, which generally nothing much is these days. But Britain definitely was the prototype for most countries in the Commonwealth nations to follow, like Canada and Australia, New Zealand, and India to an extent as well. India really took off and copied the British system pretty well, including Freemasonry, which of course Peter Wright talked about too in Spycatcher, and how everybody in MI5 was a Freemason, etc. That was his own book, eh? It wasn't a conspiracy theory, you know. But that's how you played the game. And Freemasonry really was based on faith, true faith. And the order you get from a superior, you see, you didn't have to understand it, you had to obey it without reservations. Just no matter what you thought about the order, just to obey it. So you had to believe that they had a darn good reason for giving it to you. That's how the whole system was working, you know. But in India, it really took off. They adapted well into it with the British system. It wasn't just cricket they copied. And it's like they have a tight-lipped group of people, and different layers of them in the Indian government, and the military too, of course. In that system, you're seeing today this instant obedience to higher authorities by all the lesser authorities. And it's a dangerous state of affairs when you have that on the go. It's bad enough when you have real war on the go. But they're completely intolerant in real war too, through the Department of Information. You must only parrot the Department of Information. And that's what we have now. With all information is checked and hyper-checked by goodness knows how many layers now on the net alone. And they'll try and trip people up so quickly, or defame them. You know, if you can't show a person is wrong by facts, using facts, then they'll simply smear them, and have lots of smear words to Pavlovian style smear words to defame the person, to shut up. You see, because no one likes being smeared with a nasty name. You've taught that it's applied to real monsters. You see, that's how you're trained at Pavlov with these instant responses, these reflexive responses. Oh, am I really? Oh my goodness, what did I say? You know. But yeah, Department of Information, and George Orwell was part of it too. And his job, he said himself, was to convince people all through the war. He had different shows. He had one to do with cooking, right? Because Britain was on a starvation diet back home. Great Britain, you know, the peasants, if you were wealthy, you didn't lack anything, meat or anything else, during the war. They've had books out since about it by a lot of the toffs themselves talking about it. But everybody else was rationed, you know, maybe 1 egg, 2 eggs a week. Per family sometimes, that kind of thing. And so they were rationed heavily, and punished if you tried to find extra food outside of the official sources, if you were caught. So Orwell, you bring on different guests, and you've seen a resurgence of the exact same techniques with COVID. For people who still get magazines or online magazines and so on, all these different recipes suddenly appearing, How no waste, How to make do with scraps. How to try avoid getting infections from scraps being lying out for a little while. All this kind of different. That was all done in World War II, and Orwell talks about it. He says my job with these particular shows on diet and so on, and food, was to convince housewives. He said, convince the housewives. People had housewives in those days, and they generally did the cooking. He said to start to use stuff and convince the housewives and all the people who listened to the program, convince them that the stuff he was telling them to eat was actually better for them than the real stuff. The real stuff, like pork chops and things. And so his job was to lie to the people. That's what he said himself. He lied to the people. That was his job. and tell them it's better for them than what they'd been eating before. Are you hearing the same things again, perhaps? Wars have lots of things to accomplish. More so to change the people in the nations involved internally. That will stay that way after the wars. And Orwell also was in charge of the India broadcast for India, because a lot of Indian troops were across the world too, and involved in the war fighting Japan. And so he was involved in broadcasts to India and elsewhere in those areas. But yeah, convincing people that these things are better for you, and you should be thankful for it, you see. And if you see people at the end of World War II in Britain, they're emaciated, a lot of them. The youngsters who grew up in it had terrible, the teeth would fall out before they were 10 or 12 sometimes. They were very poor, very little calcium in them. They had rickets, lots of them. Malnourishment of all kinds affects you, you know. And malnourishment, by the way, doesn't just affect that generation. It can affect 2 or 3 generations down the road. They're all stunted in growth, which was nothing new to Britain, because Britain was famous for it. The poor man of Europe during the industrial era. The sickest looking populace in the whole of Europe. And they did. They were on starvation wages, industrial revolution, industrial era. On a fixed system, really. It was just astonishing how well it was worked out, how no matter what you worked at, working class, you couldn't get above a certain income to keep you on a starvation level. This is the facts of it, folks. Forget all these Anne of Green Gables type series on TV and Papa, can I have another pony, etc. You know? Forget all that rubbish. You know? The past really wasn't that great for most people. Doesn't mean they're miserably depressed all the time, because people in the worst conditions can have humor, and that's one thing that developed in Britain was humor. In other countries too, where things are bad, humor gets you through. That wry humor, eh? Because you have nothing much else. But yeah, the Department of Information is backed up by force. Because when people in World War II spoke out before the war started, in fact, they're all noted who they were. There's a good documentary called Forgotten Men, I've mentioned it before, made by people in Britain to do with the effects of World War I, the mass slaughter, the culling of a whole generation, and future leaders, by the way. You know. More happened in World War I than meets the eye, but there's many different tangents you can go off and to see what it actually accomplished if you were an enemy looking at it, you know. Because you must always eliminate a ruling class to take over and put yourselves in there instead, you see, if you're taking over a nation. So there's many interested parties, but Forgotten Men goes through some of the causes of the war and the effects of the war, and they're trying to warn people about another war. What would happen? You know, a little bit 20 years later. That's why they give you 20 years between major wars. You got a new crop of young guys who it's all kind of, it's old stuff. It's like ancient history. Oh, that war that Daddy was in or Granddad was in. And so they're ready to fill the uniforms and the body bags as well for the next one. And so they're always used for things that have got nothing to do with reality, generally. Now, of course, with so much information declassified about World War I, the real things behind it, all the myths of it, what happened, and the gaffes that were done with it too, have all been exposed for what they were. Lies and deceit. And massive profits for certain huge corporations too, naturally. other ones too, like Peter Hitchens, gives you the myth of World War II. With all declassified stuff has been coming out too. But outside of the movies, there were not a single barge was made for the invasion from France to Britain by the Germans. Things like that. It's really astonishing. And it's true enough too, they have all these movies about the fighter aircraft, and that's all you heard during World War II. Orwell had it in his book 1984, where you have these constant announcements on the radio and tannoy systems about our boys on the Malabar front, and our country has turned out 2,000 more tanks this week and 50,000 more fully automatic rifles, and statistics. We're hearing the same thing about COVID. So many millions of jabs will be given by May, and we've put out 10,000 today in this one little area here, and 1.5 million this week, etc. It's the same techniques, folks. Doesn't have to be all true. But it's the same techniques to get you involved and believe you're involved. And don't forget, Klaus Schwab said it too. He said it's more like a war scenario, he said, talking about the whole management of COVID. And that's what you heard last year. They're treating it like a war. It's a war on COVID. Huh? You see, you had to get a war-type scenario, just like 9/11 was a Pearl Harbor event, to get the people to knuckle down and buckle down and do what you're told and sacrifice. Well, there you go. You got the same thing with the PCR tests and the swab tests and so on. We've administered so many thousands of swab tests in this day and in this area that we found X amount of positives and so on. And statistics, all war scenario. To make it seem all the more real, you see. You remember too, during World War I and II, there were nations on the planet where nothing was happening. Life went on as usual. And for a truly global war, you've got to get this thing involved, the same narrative across the planet. And that's why you've got the WHO and other United Nations organizations all on board with it, because they have their fronts as well. You understand who set them up. The same group that came out of London, which is the Royal Institute for International Affairs, that came out of the Lord Milner group, Alfred Milner, that really ran what was the British Empire, in the area called the British Empire in their days. They ran it. They ran the wars across Africa and different places too. They appointed their own members to be lieutenant governors over those nations, which they had the power. A governor had the power on behalf of royalty, the same powers to exercise in nations. And eventually they created the Royal Institute for International Affairs, private organisation with a royal charter to exist. And that's everybody who's anybody is member of that establishment in London, in Britain. They have the Circuit Round Tables societies as well. They run that as well. From the Cecil Rhodes Foundation that merged with them early on. And you also have the Council on Foreign Relations that was well known, still is well known in the States, that was set up by Pratt, the Pratt family. And Rockefeller, of course, who put himself in as president for a while, eventually. But you had Harold Pratt, and they had the Harold Pratt building, I believe. And anybody who's anybody in the States, of any department of government or media, is a member of it, still to this day. And then you got another specialized group that came out of it too, selected from it, and that's the Trilateral Commission, and their private group. But way back when they had the Lord Alfred Milner group, around the time of World War I, at the end of all that, they set up the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund. The same group set these up. The Bank for International Settlements, they're all private, you understand. including the Royal Institute for International Affairs, private, a private club. And they set up the United Nations. First of all, it was a League of Nations. They set that up, then the United Nations. So everything that's common usage today, and all know the words and meanings of them and names of them, were all set up by the same group of people to run the world. And it came out of the people who ran the world at that time, who had no concept of human welfare at all. They were empire builders and they had conquest on their mind across the planet. They wanted a world government system. And when they tried to humanize themselves to the general public by giving more open talks on television, or radio and then television over the years, they humanized themselves by constantly talking about the need to help people, you see. So they turned from a form of conquistadores to social workers. We want to help people, you see, and etc., etc., etc. Just give us all the right to do so, and the right to lend money out and to demand money in payment back, or land, you know, because you have land for debt swaps. Still going on, by the way, even now, today, across different parts of Africa. I've got some articles on that. I might put them up tonight as well. But their intention, naturally, just like Rockefeller remaking himself after machine gunning down the miners in their tents, was they want to help. They're philanthropists, really, you see. They're the Perry Masons of the world. They can't sleep. They keep thinking about their clients, the poor souls who can't even pay them, you know. They want to help you. They can't sleep. What more can we do for you, you know? I don't think I've ever seen power, real power, that's benevolent. It goes with the territory. Only the psychopaths seek power, you understand. In every nation, it's all the same. Any kind of legitimacy they create through law or time and law, generally that's what happens. It's for their own benefit, for their own disguise, you know? Until it is normal. You think, well, it's normal. And at one time, people thought that royalty was normal. You know, what else was there? There was nothing else. Most folk had no concept of anything else. It's all you knew. Most folk had no education either to know that they tried different things in other parts of the world down through time. All you knew is there's always been kings and queens, so it's normal, you see. So I never thought about people to get rights and change things. And then when they were given something to change things, through the Enlightenment and the gradual unfolding of systems and clubs that had formed, then gradually you had this push for revolution, a world revolutionary movement. Of course there was one. I mentioned before, different people were involved in it, who were either born into it, some of them, like Thomas Paine, and that's where he admitted to himself, or you had what people like Benjamin Franklin in America, and then you had other ones in France, of course, and Rousseau, etc., and many others. And then you had eventually they formed into the encyclopedists as well, to give their version of what they wanted people to be taught from then on. And actually that's grown ever since then, until we're all taught the same things. Doesn't mean that they're true, or for the reasons that were given either. But you have revolutionary movements are definitely have been around, and then you have splinter groups off of them, but there's always a core one there down through the centuries, with high-sounding principles, but never believed in by those at the top, like liberty, equality, and fraternity. That they're fraternities, and you can be in the brotherhood or sisterhood, etc. And like even with Robert Burns in Scotland, he really fell for it all naturally, because he was a tenant farmer. He rented his land. He rented the house he was in, and tried to make a go of it. We're told through history again that it was bad land. It wasn't the greatest land at all to support a family on, and And then he had his poetry, etc., which really wasn't bringing in much of an income in his own lifetime. But he also became a Mason, and that's what really brought him up to some kind of prominence amongst those in literature. And he really fell for it. He fell for revolution. He was given a job as a taxman, in the ports in Edinburgh. The ports in Edinburgh, and they had ones in Glasgow too, I think, or ports in Edinburgh, I should say, anyway. And he confiscated some ships. I don't know whether French or who, I think it must have been French at the time. And he bought with his own money, his own wages, the cannons, and then paid for them. That's a lot of cash even then, isn't it? But I guess they're well paid, these bureaucrats even then. And he paid for them to get shipped over to France to help with the revolution. And that's what lost him his job at the time. But regardless, he like many people, fell for it as high-sounding philosophies, equality and liberty, this strange thing called liberty. The greatest trick elites always knew about liberty was to give them the appearance of it, make them believe it, and they'll never figure out for a long time that they don't actually have it. Oh, of course you've got rights and liberty, but there's little containment bits here to get a peaceable society working, you see, and so you can't have everything you want, and you can't behave the way that you want all the time, and all these little things, And under wartime scenarios, which is fantastic, you can strip them off it so fast if you want to anyway, and they'll comply generally. Like Neil Ferguson said, the geek supposedly, I don't know how he's a geek, I mean he's never right, but the guy who feeds all the data into computers, and so the god of the computer can tell them what they want to hear, eh? Like big figures about COVID, big huge figures, and the whole country still listen to an idiot like that collapses the economy and everything else. And he himself, Ferguson said that they were astonished. They said, we watched the Chinese efficiently tell the people how to obey and do what they were told. He says, but we can never implement this. We sat at the test. He's talking about Event 201 and so on, right? But he said we had decided in advance these things would never work on the British public because their rights and freedoms and so on, individuality. He says, but we were pleasantly astonished how quickly they caved in and did what they were told. Paraphrasing that last bit, that's basically what he said. So he admired the Chinese model, like they all did. All totalitarians love that kind of system. Do what you're told. Isn't that what Fauci said in that TV interview? Eh? It was up on the YouTube or somewhere. It's the same thing. He says the Americans will probably get problems with it being told what to do. He says, but maybe it's the time. He says, just do what you're told. Maybe it's time. So really, having rights and freedoms is illusion, isn't it? Because folk just give it up with first sign of terror. You're all going to die unless... That's how it's done. Over and over again down through history, the same things are dished out there. Over and over. Doesn't take too much. And many have said it before down through time, that people give up all their freedoms immediately if you say that to them. Oh, if you don't do this, you're all going to die. Most will cave in right away, Goodness me, wow. But again, wartime scenarios have a lot to accomplish, like Quigley said. I've said it so many times, you do get more done in 5 years of war, meaning martial law systems, emergency powers, changing behavior of the population, than 50 years of peace using propaganda. And don't forget, all sides involved in the war are altered culturally by what they'll adapt to and accept during the war. The populations were kept, as I said, to be very simple and very immature, really, so that people never look beyond the immediate what's happening. They're going to stand back and say, what's the goals of this? What's it supposed to achieve? Who's come out as the spokespeople to push it all? What do they have to gain from it all, etc.? Then you find out that agendas have been sitting on the shelves for years are getting rammed through under COVID. Well, that's no coincidence, folks. At all. Remember, the Great Reset is for this whole century. This is the century, the 21st century, the century of change, the century of transition. This is the Great Reset that they talked about in academia all through the 20th century. They kept saying that the great change, the century of change will be the 21st century. And it is, isn't it? It kicked off with 9/11, anti-terrorism, loss of freedoms, total surveillance, no privacy, no right to privacy, and many other things came out of it, and in a permanent surveillance society. And this is part 2 of it. This is the century of change, the Great Reset, all the rest of it. And the agenda for the 21st century is laid out, this basic plan, for the whole century, and it's split up into sections. The next part is 2030, what must be accomplished by then. Then the next part will be 2045 or whatever. It depends how, I think we go by 10 years periods or 15-year periods. This is how it's all set out. I used to give talks about the 10-year plans and 50-year plans and 20-year plans of the UN and how they got it from the Soviet system. That's how everything was planned out. That's planned the whole century. Well, this part has to be done in so many years, and this other part has to be done in so many years, and cultural change in this area has to be done in so many years, and that's how it is. Nothing has changed. It's one system here. One system, folks. And you're living through it, but you're not aware of the whys and wherefores and what it's supposed to accomplish. Most folks still believe in hope. I think that new term has come out, that hopium, the hopium of the people. Positive thinking, to an extent. I used to give talks on the fact that all this positive thinking was done for a reason. It was to disarm most folk and train them not to look at the nasty things which they should be prepared for their own survival. The common sense, isn't it? Just basic things, Like any wild animal should be aware of its environment and what's going on. That's a good start. But no, don't tell me about these things. Don't tell me what the UN wants to do. Don't tell me, because it's a downer. And I've been told to stay away from negative people. So discussing important things is called negativity. Well, that's you being disarmed when you believe it all. Because it'll be a bigger shock when the real things. And when you're talking about, you're not talking about things which are just speculative. You're reading from articles put out by the big world summits at the UN and the World Economic Forum and many other organizations, all clustered around them. They're all connected on the same pathway. And they publish the stuff. So when you mention it, I don't want to hear that, it's a downer. Leave me with my TV and my dramas and my happy soaps, comedy soaps, that type of thing. Where I meet all my pals, the comedians, in the pub on the television, you see. And therefore they can have a reality they don't have in reality. They can have a fictional, virtual reality. They're all friends in the pub and all characters, because in real life you're so isolated from everything else that's really happening in this modern society by design that they're on their own. So fiction becomes awfully important to them. And the elite who gave you this system know that. And don't forget that the real dominant minority doesn't have to worry about it. They tell folk what to do. And a massive managerial class gets it all done for them. And in the managerial class, you have a big scientific system set up of behaviorists and psychiatrists and, neurologists, all working together for the greater good of dumbing down the masses. That's how it's done. Very effectively. Until literally, as I've said before, people can tell you all about the so-called people, the stars, who's who, who's divorced, who's getting married, who's getting whatever, yada yada. All the fiction, and of course most of that's fiction too, that they soak up, and that's their reality as they go through a life, a short lifespan, full of stuff like that, you know. And often the music getting worse and worse all the time until there's nothing. Remember the whole idea of communism too, that all these different programs out, including the destruction of beauty for the West. That included paintings. Until you ended up with Picasso, you know, with we didn't know where his eye, why is his eye on his chin, you know, and stuff like that, eh? And telling you this is a work of genius, for goodness sake. Yeah. Wow. Again, gaslighting whole populations. That's odd. I always thought that looked awful. You know. Oh no, it's a genius. Genius. Put that out there. And then music went down and down and down until there was no melody anymore. Had to be destroyed, you see. All things of beauty, they said, had to be destroyed. Very effective, isn't it? I'll tell you, this kind of nihilistic electronic music now, just it's like a kind of half-conscious wailing, like someone who's in a sleep somewhere, but there's no melody to it. Nothing to remember, you see. Which is interesting, in a sense. You understand what music, as an example of what it inspires in people, can do it uniformly. Certain pieces of music. And even pop and rock and so on, with the hook, you have a hook kind of chorus you jump in on, and folk would jump in, and they might not know the rest of the song, they go, and then they jump in and they sing 2 lines or something, quite happily, all together. This is a form of bringing people together, so there is a kind of unity, you see, and even that kind of song, no matter what the content of it is supposed to be about. So again, once you want to destroy even that, then you've conquered what used to be regarded as culture. There's not much left, you see. Culture there's various shared things, shared values, shared likes, dislikes in culture, until everything's just destroyed. I mean, the culture is destroyed. When the culture is destroyed, you're gone. You're destroyed. Warfare, eh? And the dangerous thing about warfare is that in a global system, where for well over 100, maybe 200 years, they've taught about superior types and inferior types of humans and so on, eugenics, then when you have a globalized system like that, they don't have to hide their malice and their malicious intent towards the general population. They simply implement it and do it. And that's what we're smelling today. It wasn't so easy if there was no countries they could point the finger to that was watching them as you're watching the other countries. They're watching you. But when no one's doing, when it's a unified system, there's nothing to compare yourself with anymore. When you're all doing the same, on the road to the same ruin, eh? You see some people who catch on to certain things. They get an intuition, an intuitive concept springs to mind, once in a while. They're not sure what it is sometimes, and if the press jumps on them too quickly to glorify them, they can burn for a while and then fail, And that happened to an extent with Marshall McLuhan, who came out with works in the 1960s and 70s in Canada. And again, he questioned perceptions on things, and some quotes are put down to him, like the medium is the message. And that's how it turned out eventually. There's a whole story behind that, because it was in French initially, and the medium turned to be the massage. That's how he actually said it. But it was a message. So the medium becomes the message. So when you're watching television or listening to anything from the media, they're completely involved with themselves. And so the system, the media and the system of the media becomes the message. It's kind of like Hollywood going totally corrupt when you see them making movies about Hollywood, actual fictional movies, or musicals, for instance. The big thing in the 30s and 40s was to get the bare-legged woman, you see. The cultural change, you all make it as a dancer, you see. That was a big message back then, intentional too, as the envelope was getting pushed. But again, they're completely self-obsessed. So they make movies about Hollywood. And the same with the media, until they give media stars, And you get your Walter Cronkites and your Dan Rathers, and rather than what, I always wonder. But anyway, you have these characters that are presented to you as authority figures, and people grew up with them and believing everything they said. Everything they said as news would be the facts, you see. That's the way it is today. And they never questioned the fact that these people were just working for private corporations that were involved in a lot of other nefarious things across the world, including wars, and benefiting from it in some way or another. At least the folk who want the media would be. And it dawns on people they're being lied to and misled. They're like the embedded, remember the embedded journalists for the Desert Storm. And then into the Iraq War, This endless war, this 30-odd year war. So yeah, you have been involved in a war, as I say, because over there you don't really see the effects of it so much. But you're being involved, you're paying for it all. And not only that, you're getting masses of migrants coming out of it all too, naturally seeking somewhere and getting directed to come into Europe and elsewhere, by the way, with powerful organizations who also use it like a chessboard or dominoes, knock down one and where do they go to the next place? They're guaranteed to end up causing other problems as they flood into Europe that can't support them right off the bat. Which, it's a total war on the Europeans. Not from the migrants. The migrants get used. I wouldn't stay in a country if it was constantly getting bombed either, would you? Of course you wouldn't. But Marshall McLuhan, he talks about the different systems in which you live. He also talks about the fact that we all know about TV spying on people. When it came out with the ones maybe 10 years ago, and the States and elsewhere coming in from China. So I think Samsung company initially admitted to the people, that the TVs would be watching you and transmitting it off to whoever you went to, watching you just to see what you liked and disliked, etc. They said. But got the people quickly acclimatized to having something like that, watching them. Then now you have Alexa, of course, and all the other gadgets that spy on the folk. But it's so convenient. You can tell it what to do, and it does it. But McLuhan talked about these things even in the 60s and 70s. He said to another professor that I met, he said that he wouldn't have a TV set on in his if it was even a tea room. He'd unplug them because he said that there were spy cameras inside them then, inside the tubes, looking out. But anyway, Marshall McLuhan, he had the little jingles he'd come out with to do with things. But he did mention about the music to an extent as well. He clued in on maybe a superficial level, I think, to some of the intent. I don't think he knew all the people behind the cultural industry, what they really intended to do. But he did realize something was going on. And he had a way of kind of condensing realities down into single lines sometimes. And he talked about pop music, and then rock music, early rock perhaps, is tribal chant, he called it. Very appropriate, really, like tribal chant. Because all across the world, youngsters all had their variety, according to their own culture and traditions, of something similar, but different languages, a little bit different here and there, but in a sense it was true. It's like tribal chant. If you went into old societies in Africa, you would hear them singing very old songs, and these were true tribal chants. But you had the same thing, say, in Scotland at one time, in Ireland, with the bards, who could sing the history of the tribe, or the clan. And that was tribal chant to an extent as well, because folk would catch up on bits and pieces of it, and they could kind of sing along with it. So you bring it into modern times, and you develop it all for a modern society. Because the whole idea is to create a uniform society across the world that's obedient. You can't have differences if you want to control everybody, you see. You've got to make them all the sameness of it all. Based initially on materialism, to bind them all together to the addiction of materialistic goods, which are not produced by monopolies, Because monopolies then have control over you for the goods that you want. Break down your food, by the way. But anyway, you end up with tribal chant, So it's very appropriate too. Some of the ads in the 60s and 70s were better than the music they were churning out for the youngsters to learn and sing. They were better jingles, So much so, many of them will stick in your heads for the rest of your lives. And again, put together by professionals in marketing and psychology. So McLuhan was quite correct and so on. But he got into certain aspects of society and life. And he was carried along his own fame for a while. That it burned him out, I think, really. And I think he did a stroke eventually. And he came out of the whole system of the limelight after the stroke. And here's a guy who was touted as cutting through all the old-fashioned stuff. He was avant-garde, and he was a man of common sense and humanism, and the sciences, the social sciences. When he went back to Catholicism, what he realized and what he saw put him back to Catholicism. I've always said there's a consequence of knowing things. There's no doubt about it. A consequence. And I've said it too, even, and our folk have mentioned it. if I say folk will parrot it right away. But I've mentioned before about knowledge itself. And wisdom, remember wisdom. It's all old sayings about wisdom. There's a price to pay for it. Of course there is, because the saying ignorance is bliss is true to a great extent. Because it might not make you aware of what's coming down the pike. But they would say to you perhaps, well, if it's coming down the pike, it won't matter if I know it or not. I'll be affected by it when it happens. You see, and you can see, yeah, I guess that's true. But they're happy in the meantime. If they don't know it, they're quite happy, you see. However, if you know about it, you might be able to avoid it. You might be happier then. But the same token, the old saying, and in various holy books, not just, they all have the same basic tenets to do with philosophy of humans and families and peoples. But the one in the Old Testament, it said that with great wisdom comes great sorrow. You can't, it's again the opposites, right? Because great wisdom, you're right, you can't have a utopia. Because human nature is so varied. Human opinion is so diverse on different topics. And you can't force everybody into the same mold. You cannot do it. People will rebel, you see. Some folk will love socialism. They do love socialism. It's all they know, some people. And they're quite happy to go through their lives being told what to do and advised by social workers and professionals who run and manage their lives for them. Others rebel against it. That's human nature. But for control freaks, they've got to make you all the same if they can possibly do it. They force you all to be the same, or else they'll punish you or eradicate you. And that's what comes down to, we're talking about too, so is this uniformity and conformity of the public, because It never goes well in what we know of it in the past. It is big experiments, and they were called experiments, like the American experiment, that was the US experiment for the Revolutionary War. And can mankind control himself and manage his own affairs, or does he have to be forced to comply and go along with certain things? So free will, can you be trusted to use your free will wisely? With little government overlooking the whole system, right? That's what the claim it was about. Again, it's a nice myth as well, because there's a lot more to it than that. And Jefferson and other ones, they made comments about it, about free will and so on, and freedom itself. The idea that they could have minimalistic government running the affairs of people, and they would stick to the basic systems of import and import duties and running the country. That was initially what they were going to do. Import duties, trading duty, taxes would finance the running of government. And government shouldn't get too big. They even talked about didn't want standing armies. And Jefferson talked about that, although Jefferson was also partly behind getting around that whole thing by creating the Marines, which is just an army attached to the Navy, really. And so, but that was their experiment. The second one was conformity of collectivism. That was the Soviet experiment, the Bolshevik one, or that came out of the Bolshevik one, the Soviet system, ruled by councils. So there'd be councils for all different departments of society, including trade councils, and not unions, but councils, all appointed by the Politburo. And councils for everything that would run your lives from birth to death. And you wouldn't have to make decisions, but you'd have to definitely obey them, you see, to exist within these systems. And you'd be a collective, and you had to go with what was called a collective opinion, even though the appointees, the leaders over the Soviet, would obviously go the way that the Politburo had directed them to go. But it always sounded like we the people have decided. So that was the second experiment. And of course what happened was, for a while in the West, they gave the appearance of free will, especially in the States. That's why people were flooding into the States, and Canada to an extent as well. I mean, Canada at one time needed a lot of people for business and for the huge natural resources and timber, etc., and mining and all that. They had to get lots of people coming into the country. So they gave them more of an American type system initially. And rights that they didn't have, say, in Britain or other parts of Europe. You could have them inside Canada for a while. So that's how they draw you in. And eventually, of course, as they bring in, they merge the two systems together, collectivism and individualism. They bring it together, like they said in the Rees Commission, Norman Dodds and the Rees Commission, where they said they would blend the Soviet system with the West. And that's what you've got today. But obviously, you're getting further and further into collectivism by the use of warfare techniques. So you have a war on COVID, and so you're in a total national emergency, international emergency, and you go into conformity, right down to the Soviet system of police states, where they're actually advising children now to turn to snipe on their clipe on their parents. Got some articles about that already. And these kind of they're not officials, you've got security guard companies being employed by governments like Canada, working in airports now, and literally taking people off planes and take them into these quarantine places where they're not allowed to even meet their relatives. It's like prison camps, that's what they're saying. Right? I haven't read too much about it, but what we do know is they're not allowed to even get in contact with their relatives on the outside. This is not freedom. This is not a free society when you get that's happening. And collectivism, totalitarianism always ends up the same way. and massive disasters as far as the population are concerned. When you start forbidding folk to contact people, where you can take people off planes and put them up somewhere in different hotels and so on, and they can't move out, they're surrounded by police outside, but the security guards inside, private security guards, like private Stasi, and they can't even contact their relatives to say this is what happened and this is where I am or whatever. You're looking at echoes coming down from time, from the Soviet system and the Gulag system. I hope you're understanding what I'm saying here. Run the same way, because that's what happened in the Soviets. Blocked countries. Folk disappeared at night, grabbed off out their rooms, homes, and Solzhenitsyn talked about it. And it was also used to terrorize the streets, the people. The word spread fast. Did you see what happened last night to the so-and-so family? They would often turn out the people, the tenants of these buildings, to witness it. That further terrorized them. And said, well, I guess they must have done something wrong. That's what they always say. Must have done something wrong, surely. So yeah, you are in this blend of the Soviet system merged with the West. Absolutely, you are. Like they said they would at the government inquiry in the US, the Rees Commission, and Norman Dodds was the guy who talked about it. I think his YouTubes might still be up there somewhere, where he talked about it, where he talked to the heads of the big foundations, these charitable foundations. Like we didn't have the Bill Gates back then, but you had other ones which are still there, of course, Rockefeller and Ford and Carnegie, etc., etc. A myriad of them that run thousands of non-governmental organizations. How can you have democracy when you got thousands and thousands of well-paid, well-funded and directed NGOs, non-government organizations, literally working to undermine this and change this and change it, all planned outside of government, outside of the public's knowledge? You've never been in a democracy. You haven't. You've never had a democracy. And all the big changes that happen that you adapt to throughout your entire life were all planned for you. You fall in and copy and just go along with it by private agencies and organizations on behalf of multi-billionaires, the rich men in the world, eh? Remember, folks, going to cuttingthroughthematrix.com and you can find out how to send me a few bucks. I'm still under lockdown here, but I've got some books to get off as shortly as I can. But send me a few bucks to take along, because it costs money to keep my sites all going. And I would use antique equipment here, believe you me, but I do what I can. I knew this day would come long ago, many years ago. But yeah, if you help me just stick along here, because we're going through this together. No one's backing me, no organization backs me. I wasn't put out there as a front to begin with, because most of them actually really are. How do you control nations? You make sure that you put out the leaders for them to follow. I've gone through some of the techniques used by unconventional warfare from Department of Defense manuals and so on. And what you've seen used for way over 30 years with colour revolutions and with your own governments, and actually longer than that with using conventional means, they always go into nations. Your nations sends operatives into other nations, sets them up financially. At one time, they used to set up newspapers for them, like Lawrence. If you're Lawrence of Arabia, that's what he, and many others came out of university, were given their intelligence indoctrination systems by the military. and financed and taught languages to university for the countries they were designed to go into. And they would set up newspapers and start changing public opinion in countries which they eventually would overthrow. They were the soft power of the day. And Lawrence talked about that in his own books. So it's as old as it can be. With the internet, of course, we put in thousands of operatives across the Middle East, disguised as little bloggers, but well financed and well educated and well supplied with information to make sure folk grab it. Oh, they're pretty good in what they put out, And they'll give you a different flavour character for whatever personality you have. There's one out there for you. But that's what they were doing in the States for years and years and years and years ago, even before the internet came along. They gave it to the leaders. And the CIA supplied them. Well, the CIA never stopped supplying them, folks. Why would an all-seeing eye, I've always said this, set up operations, even using shortwave years ago? I gave these talks when I was on shortwave, about the shortwave. And I said, this is the history of what was Patriot Radio called at that time. And some good articles. One was from the Toronto Star. It was a good half page, I think, going through the history of it at one point, and it was set up to combat communism and communistic radio coming out of the Eastern Bloc countries. And at that time they would use mainly, not all, but mainly Christian pastors to lambast and hammer back at communism, and then put it all a different alternative information or facts, if you like, to the communists. Well, why? CIA never gives up avenues of communication. And really, when I came out, I knew I'd watched it long enough to know what was going on, the score and the whole thing. And I had to, as they say, you walk between the raindrops. You know who's who. You don't. You can only use what's already there. But you're very careful. Because everything's set up. Of course it is. But with bloggers, it's more so, because it's like the 77th Brigade in Britain. It's not just in Britain. They have operatives across the planet, in Egypt, everywhere. And they train these bloggers and finance them and set them up and make sure they've got a personality that folk will go for. I like so-and-so, And they've got to, like rat poison, they've got to have 95% corn. But it's the 5% of counterintelligence information or disinfo they put across that you run with, you see, and that sinks you. I've watched folk get deplatformed for years, following people who end up, the people who they follow have their own platforms and just keep going. But the avalanches of them go over the edge, parroting the same stuff. And they don't have their own platforms to come back with. I can't think for people, you really can't, And I've watched them remake themselves, the ones who lead you, over and over, as they gaslight you. Oh no, I was never doing that, Then they remake themselves again as a new champion for the new cause, whatever it happens to be. And folk never catch on. And that's a sad thing too. And I said this would happen with the internet a long time ago. You'd be so swamped with voices. And that's where you are, an overload of data. And just like Rockefellers, when they literally did massive surveys across the US back in the 1930s to find out how many newspapers and magazines they'd have to control to make sure they standardized all kinds of opinions into their opinions from themselves for the whole country. And at that time it was over 30. And all the lesser newspapers and magazines would simply take information from the main ones and copy it too. So that'd be enough to influence the whole nation's opinions. They even put ones out just for bureaucrats and civil servants, new magazines and so on. You've got the equivalents today on the internet for them. Quite interesting to read those ones too. So standardizing opinion is very, very important. but also with counterintelligence. The idea, don't forget, counterintelligence doesn't come out and just lie. They're the most believable ones because they check to see what the latest chatter is amongst the people. They copy it. They even churn books out about it, like, faster than you can go back and forth from the toilet sometimes. Book after book, and folk never catch on. It's all taken from other people's talks and so on. And then they add their 5% twist in it, the poison. That makes everything ludicrous, the 5%. And so the folk whose material is grabbed to legitimize the person who's counterintelligence gets labeled with the same brush. Oh, you believe in so-and-so. Oh, you're crazy so-and-so. Counterintelligence. And there's lots of that out there today. There's lots of they call them echo chambers. Now, the government has lots of agencies using echo chambers. They create a lot of them. They try again. There may be 1,000 people all saying the same things. These are echo chambers from the same source, you see. But also, and the ones you're following, you often find, will occasionally let it slip that they also set up and run hundreds of bloggers. You start to get little bells go off in your head, maybe, when you think about it. That's what we're living in. Amazing systems of control. And then outside of that, you have the deluge of easy blogging, where everybody's getting on the act. Yeah. And you have an overload, like they said in intelligence agencies some years back. Eventually, you'll get overload of data until most data becomes meaningless. And we're pretty well there, actually. We really are. You have your some sites that let multiple people upload on, Just look at the pictures. It's like a zoo. It's like the old tabloids with faces all grotesque or trying to look funny or whatever. But it's like looking at a circus, So we're pretty well there, aren't we? And so what you have to stick to, if you're legitimate, are the basic facts. Where's all this come from? What we're going through today? What's its intentions? Where's the sources of facts from themselves, from the sources? And are they achieving their goals? Where's it supposed to go? And by seeing where it's supposed to go, you'll see where any weak links in the chain of command at the top come from, or where they are. There's always weak links, And you can definitely see from the very well executed and prepared setup for January the 6th at the Capitol building. It was all prepared way in advance by counterintelligence. I think the FBI admitted they had something to do with it too. And they definitely had informants working for them. At least you can say informants. I guess you don't say assets or agents. You'll never get the full truth on anything from government, especially intelligence agencies. But definitely, yeah, it was set up because the next part of the plan, as I've said, 9/11 was for loss of rights and freedoms and privacy, perpetual. And this is the next part too, anti-terror. Everybody's a suspected terrorist, especially certain just ethnic groups, for goodness sake. Imagine, you understand where this is going. This does not look well. It's shades of what can get ramped up by totalitarian regimes of the past. We see it happening now too. All the different instruments are there to make it all happen. And perhaps the main target group is the one that could do something about it to stop it or slow it or whatever it happens to be, or divert it off. Maybe that's why they're so heavily accused of all the world's ills. There's way more going on than they'll ever tell you. But I've always said to people, don't be followers and don't be blindly led by people that you've seen so many examples in the past in your own countries of your own intelligence agents setting up stings for people, for goodness sake. Within a week of 9/11 happening, when the top people at GCHQ in Britain advised against the agenda then, they already knew what they were going to do. It was to set up sting operations to try to draw out potential, like pre-crime, right, potential terrorists in Britain. And he said, this is not good. He says, we can't have this. This is going to encourage folk to become youngsters to try, because you're going to put out fake people for them to follow. And that would radicalize the youth in order to catch the youth. You understand? Well, that's been going on in every country since. The fact that top intelligence officers in Britain knew that and were disregarded means that there's a bigger agenda at play. And it's, of course, it was always meant to be widened into domestic terrorism. Always. And now you're seeing a world government type system, like George Bush Sr. said, and Jr., by the way, 10 years apart, a new world order coming into view. A more equal one, just like the WEF, Chairman Schwab talked about. We'll redistribute your wealth. Your wealth, we'll redistribute it. That's what he meant to say. Your wealth. He won't do it with his own. Another private club, WEF. So you're living through amazing times, and you'll never, if you want evidence of these nefarious techniques used upon society from the past to the present, you're living through it. You've the greatest proof that most folk have had, even in the past. They didn't have the ability to get quick communication and to see various exposés of evil manifesting itself, using time-worn techniques, right down to blaming the people. Oh, there's terrorists amongst you. You're a terrorist if you don't take this shot. We're hearing that already. I said this would happen a year ago. This is the sort of terminology that eventually started using. See, this is the elites' revolution. This is maybe part 3 or part 4 of their revolution. It's an ongoing stage-by-stage setup. It's not an outside revolution. This is their revolution. A continuation of it in stages. And what do you always have in revolution? What's their biggest enemy, like the Soviets? What did they immediately turn the people against? Look out for subversive counter-terrorists. They're counter-revolutionaries. They're terrorists. They're enemies of the state, enemies of the people. That's what the courts in the Soviet Union called themselves. They were the courts of the people. And when they tried to vote, they were enemies of the people, you see. And that's what you're getting. The same terminology that's been used over and over again. Enemies of the people, the ones who don't want this particular shot, this brand new experimental vaccine, mRNA vaccine, experimental. You are part of stage 3 trials when you take it. And if you were a bit cautious, I don't really want that. I'll wait and see what happens. You're an enemy of the people, an enemy of the state. You're dangerous to the people. That's where you're watching the psychological units in operation, the behavioral insights teams, etc., all working overtime now to demonize people who are using caution. That's what they do in wartime scenarios. You've got to remember too that all of these things that are happening today were planned years ago, and not just individual plans. It's a continuum of agendas, all a cluster of agendas all tied together, basically. To do with eugenics, the idea of scientism would rule the world on behalf, as still an employee, so on behalf of the dominant minority, the minority who owned everything financially. Remember what Rockefeller said a few times, actually, one of his main disclosures in front of the press, the US press and the world press. He says we could never have made it without your compliance in keeping our topics quiet from the public. You know, I'm ad-libbing there, but that's what he said. It's after one big meeting. I can't remember if it was a Bilderberg or which one it was. But he thanked them for them for years. They kept silent and not told the public what was really going on. Don't ever expect the authorized media to be there for the people. It's never going to happen. It never has happened in the past. And it never will for the future. They are owned by those at the very top, the ones who own the banks. I'm not talking about bank managers, I'm talking about the ones who own the chains of banks and central banks. They're owned, folks. And the bankers to the world, etc. They're all owned. And they also have their money invested in all the control levers, such as media of all kinds, etc. And the internet and Silicon Valley, with all of its algorithms, the NSA, and the countless other, the myriad of other levels of agencies, all tapped into the same spy organizational systems. They're watching all of us. That all came out from 9/11. You know? And since 9/11 and the war on terror, which is a war of terror, we're definitely in a war of terror today, and the governments have declared war upon the people, using hype, fear, and terror tactics to make them comply into an agenda to stampede along as they're guided as to where to be directed to next and next and next and next and next. That's what you do when you get stampeded. Old techniques. So yeah, you don't ever think the media is ever going to be there for you, right? Brzezinski said it. He says the people will shortly expect the media to do their reasoning for them. He meant their thinking too and their reasoning, right? And folk really do think, oh, if there's anything worth knowing, they'll tell us. Like they've got a duty to tell us. Where is that written in stone? How we are trained to be naive is just astonishing. You can't even get a proper weather forecast from them. In Canada here, I mean, I've had about a foot and a half of snow in the last day and a half, but the media said it'd be maybe 4 centimeters. You know, this is how they play the statistics game, so they can always bring out the end of spring. This is the warmest winter we've had for 100 years, and this is what they do every year, of course, these days. So they downplay the cold temperatures and they exaggerate the warm ones. We're truly living in a fantasia. A plan-directed fantasia, and we're constantly gaslighted not to perceive what we see and what we experience, but what we're told to experience. I mentioned it before, the countless studies that are done on the public, sometimes with hidden cameras by psychology departments, universities and so on, are given permission to do this by the authorities, the authorities. If you try to do the kind of spot you by Pete and Tom or something, they'll lock you up. But it's okay when they're going to glean information on how to control us, because they decide how our behaviour really works in different situations. But I mentioned before how they've constantly examined people after, say, bank robberies or major incidents that have happened in streets and so on. And you'll often find that they have conflicting stories individually when they're first separated, right? That's why they try to separate them initially and get each person's viewpoint of what they saw. But if you allow them to stay together, a dominant personality within will say, no, and this is how it happened. This is what they'll start to gradually, one by one, jump over to that person's side and go with their perception. This is well understood. That's how it works. So we're constantly being gaslighted by the main media, not to see what we're seeing, including the demonstrations last year, right? The demonstrations in the States with fires burning in the background. Whole streets were decimated, actually, burned out like some third world country the next day when you saw them. But you saw the clips that they put up from TV onto YouTube or wherever. You actually see the reporters standing there saying there's nothing much happening, it's fairly peaceful, and there's the fires behind them all burning this, and you hear the windows busting with the heat, and poof, poof. Really gaslighting to your face. That was obviously, they're telling you there that was their agenda from before the riot started. This is how you'll all report them, all you guys. You know? Yeah. No one made them report it like that, but they certainly knew what the formula was supposed to be. Eh? Total gaslighting, right down to the beautifully staged people waiting to go into the government building on January the 6th. And the police obviously compliant, expecting it. All laid on in advance, so that photographers could have a field day saying, oh, these are absolute rioters. There's all these white folk here. That's what they targeted the next day, white folk, you know. What do you mean? All the white folk in the world were not there, folks. And most of them that were there were not inside that building. Yeah. But that doesn't matter. It's wag the dog. It must be true. It's on TV. That's what they showed you. Yeah. All staged. Including who would get in first, was all staged. They've even had the FBI come out and admit that one of the leaders, one of the groups there, was involved, you know, in setting up this scenario. He wasn't there. They actually stopped him from going there because he's one of theirs. Was a top informer for them, at the very least. Maybe an agent provocateur. Who knows? So there's nothing you can trust these days, especially on television. It must be true it's on TV, but wag the dog should be taught in school as a classic way of deceiving people. It's well done, you know. As a comedy too, you know, but it's well done. It's more real than anything. That's how it is done. That's how the folk perceive it. It's on television, it must be true. It's all perception management, you see. You can hire gangs of people to riot if you want to. That's old stuff in the States and elsewhere. And the States have hired folk across other countries as under soft power revolutionaries. Numbers, they fill the numbers game for demonstrations in other countries, in Iran and elsewhere. That's how it's done. So you see it done in your own country and you can't fathom it out. But the big boys don't go after them and they don't get arrested. If they do, they're turned loose and the charges are dropped. That tells you all you need to know. But the ones who fell for it in the Capitol building on the 6th of January, the ones who just fell on the darn thing, it saps all of it. A shame. Absolute shame. Because it was a setup. It was made for TV, literally made for television. Yeah. And it was to discredit all the other folk that were there just grieving, basically, about losing what they saw as their nation. You know, it wasn't just to do with who got elected. It was to do with the lockdowns, the destruction of the economy, destruction of everything and their values and so on. They've been watching for a whole year. That's part of the reason they were there. Of course it was. And helped along by other forces, obviously helped along, if not led there by other forces. I won't name them, but that's how it works. And folk will still follow the ones who led them. What a shame. And that's interesting too, watching, again, people who led them, or at least encouraged them, maybe even financed them. That whole demonstration there, or meeting, or whatever you might call it, or protest, remake themselves immediately by the professionals behind them. You know. Everything's produced and managed, and folk don't realise it. You know. They remake their images and so on. And other folk who I think were hoping that Trump was real. even in religious organizations, immediately turned tail as soon as the first utterance came out. Oh, you must be mad after all, talking about Trump, because that came out from the papers that very night of the 6th of January. And they started thinking, oh my God, they're going to go after, they're going to purge all the folk that were right-wing. So they immediately turned tail and turned their whole, that jacket's inside out. That's not really us, we're different, you know. That was something to watch that. The fear in people, eh? With a world when you're living in fear all the time, and lots of folk are. And that's what authorities want, too. Living in fear. Now, there's no lack of evidence, as I said before. There's no lack of evidence from the elite's point of view to do with too many of you. With all the documentaries that came out and books galore that came out from the sources, like the Better Families Bureaus for America, the Rockefeller groups and so on, do with eugenics, better breeding. And they did the same thing. They started sterilizing the unfit. You see, the people who were poor and end up on welfare obviously were mentally ill, because that's why they're poor. They're unfit. That came from Britain, by the way, the poorhouses. When you read the articles that were written at the time, from books and magazines at the time, 19th century Britain, going into the 20th century, the class system was so rancid. They really talk quite openly about the fact, well, the poor folk are obviously mentally unwell. You know, that's why they're poor. So they should really be eradicated, or at the very least sterilized. It's very probably, hereditary. That's what they said. That hasn't changed, folks. And as science went into the ascendancy, it's more solidified today than ever before. We've had the eugenicists come out over the last few years. Professors in this university, in that university, one in Australia, comes out every so often. And people should just live to 60 odd and die, and leave space and not consume so much, so the next generation can get work and take over. And you're getting convinced to die. These are persuaders. These are professional persuaders, people. They're even turning professional persuaders loose on you to try to convince you to take the vaccination. Now, you wouldn't need professional persuaders if you can just come out with the straight facts, all sides of it, of facts. See how far you get. If you had the guts and the okay to go ahead and actually tell people all facts and all side effects and all possible bad effects, leading to death perhaps even, But no, perfectly safe. Of folk who died, nothing to do with vaccinations. All from the manufacturer's point of view, I remember doing articles on Monsanto years ago. Had all the patents, you see, on modifying the vegetables, the genes in the vegetables, and adding things and taking things away and all that. And people were complaining too about the side effects of not just that, but also the pesticides that went along, like the Roundup Ready, went along with using Monsanto's products. And the side effects that folk were claiming were coming from the pesticides as well. And they were getting sued and getting off with it too. You're getting actually charged, by Monsanto, and getting put in, if they pay fines, hefty fines and so on. And independent laboratories that wanted to investigate the pesticides and actual seeds and that for themselves were forbidden by Monsanto to do it, because they had the patent rights that no one could publish anything about their products except themselves. That was law. So no one, even for the health of the public, was allowed to investigate and test this stuff in laboratories for years. It's no different than from vaccine companies. They give the handouts. They tell all the governments what to say. Nothing to do with the vaccine, without even checking to see if it immediately the person dies after the vaccination. They can tell you within 20 minutes that it has nothing to do with the vaccine. No. Really. And that's good enough for us, eh? This is your freedom. This is the system that you'll go like idiots and go and vote for again. So let's get back to 9/11. That was to usher in the terrorism, anti-terrorism, you see, and no privacy. And in America, especially, they had written, at least they'd written into law what their natural rights were, which was self-evident. They put it into writing at least. Have been stripped away. Yeah. And this is part 2 of it, where you're all terrorists. Even if I thought about something, you might be a terrorist. Did you have the right kind of thinking? This is what they're coming down to with the ministries of truth, out of George Orwell, ministry of truth. And then they'll send you to the ministry of love, where they torture you, to see what you've been saying. Yeah. And don't forget too, 1984, in the book and in the movie version, there's different movies made on it, but the one with Richard Burton was really well done, where Winston goes to see Burton, who's one of the officers of that class, of the ones who rule, the inner party. And eventually finds, after he's caught and sent off to be tortured, and Burton comes to torture him, he says, oh no, he says, because Winston believed that there was a rebellion army, basically, an army of rebels who would overthrow this nasty totalitarian system. And Burton says, and Winston said, well, you gave me the book, the manual for revolution. And Burton said, well, I wrote it. He says, well, not all of it. I wrote some of it. So even the ones that you follow to rebel against are given to you. And their philosophy is given to you to draw you out and use you and catch you on. Ding, 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 ding. That's how it works. People have to really want freedom, really want it. Most folk don't, I think. Most folk really have become accustomed to this form of socialism, this cotton wool from birth to death, in a world where even boys are kind of emasculated. They're not allowed to be boys anymore. I see China, by the way, is putting money towards and programs to making boys into men. I should say that, to make them into real men. While the West is trying to really effeminize them in a sense, at least neuter them. Has been for a long time. Where boys, I can remember when they stopped boys from climbing trees and things, and the things you could do. Yeah, maybe fall once in a while, but you get over it. It didn't bother you. And that's what young boys used to do. You'd be very active, and you want to build things, do things, go fast, and on your bikes or whatever it will happen to be. And you'd have your little crashes and spills, but you get over it, and that's just what you do. But now, with the internet too, and the games they play now, they sit in their bum, they sit in their rear end all the time, playing their games, which are addictive, meant to be addictive. So they're never testing their own bodies or the strength of their abilities to run or do anything or climb. It's all done virtually in some game somewhere. And so they don't know. That's the first thing you do in the military. In the military, a lot of people, it doesn't matter what country you go into in the military, you go through a brutalization process to make you standardized. That's what the first thing they do. At least they used to. And you're screamed at a lot, and you comply. You must eventually jump immediately and do what you're told to stop you from thinking for yourself. That's the idea. Just obey, obey, obey. But eventually, too, you find recruits turn into more confident young guys as they learn to climb and do things they never thought they could do themselves. So they're getting confidence in things which you didn't know they could do, you see. And some of them used to come out of the forces and they would be helped getting startup businesses on the go. And they did have the confidence to do things, again, because they'd learned really that's what it is, confidence, when they're in the military. All countries do the same thing. So regardless of what you've been taught to gain the confidence, you'll have it regardless, and then you can apply it to different fields, you see. with some optimism and knowing you can do it. So there's some pluses from that too. Again, it's a tribal thing, the military, and young guys tend to excel in the tribe. Doesn't matter what ethnic background they come from. That's what Desmond Morris talked about years ago, was tribe and super tribe, I think it was called. And he put a book out on it about America's attempts, again, experimentation, the great experiment, to see if they could combine all the different ethnic groups into a super army, a super tribe, he called it, and to be able to put their ethnic differences behind them, hopefully, and eventually forget, If America was to continue to be the leader or the policeman of the world, as I like to call it, which only meant they were plundering the planet for a few big corporations. Hasn't changed. I should also mention too that the people going to the military, especially in the States, are despised by the left wing in Hollywood. But not just them. The left wing, that there are also the millionaires and billionaires, despised by them. I mentioned it before how articles were out when Bill and Hillary Clinton were in, and they talked about how they despised the military, but they would use them, but despise them, And these are the words they used, by the way, in the media at the time. And you always see in Hollywood what they call the rednecks in the military, and how they debase them in their movies and in their comedies. They debase them all the time. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's almost like the movie Deliverance as well. Everybody they meet outside the big city is a hick crazy person. Very telling, and inbred, and and even the comedies, like that was Mars Attack, was it? A comedy that I couldn't chuckle at all, because there were some other things, but there's a lot of messages hidden into it. Very much so. It was mockery of a system and the people in it too. But there's a scene in Mars Attack where they have to get the troops out to fight these alien invaders, you see. And so it's done like I suppose it's supposedly a comedy, but then they show you a trailer camp of house trailers, and there's this family, mum and dad, and the son, and they're stripping weapons inside. So this is your redneck. This is Hollywood's idea of the redneck, like gun crazy, living in the trailer trash, as they like to call it. Right? Nothing wrong with trailers, believe you me. This is what they call them, right? And they're stripping guns and stuff. But again, their son goes off, and they see him off to the war. And then the son, when it comes to actually going out and fighting the aliens, he runs forward, his magazine falls out the rifle, and he gets zapped and he disappears like he's an idiot, you see. The debasement. They hate what they're doing. But who fills most of the uniforms, They get sent off to fight these wars that are for profit for big corporations, the same corporations that despise the military. And I always say it's mainly from the south of the US. And it's a shame. It's a shame they'll keep doing it, keep doing it over and over. Always suffering, always left with big bills to pay for these wars. Get nothing out of it personally if they survive it. And big corporations use them and abuse them and throw them away like toilet paper. Now here's an article here called "The New Domestic War on Terror is Coming." See, they start off with the war, again, war on terror and the stripping of privacy in 9/11, right? And now this is the next stage of the same thing, right? Now they've got all the different massive fields of almost cities built up that do nothing but collect all the data. It's just like spy cities. Since 9/11, all set up. But if there's no speculation is needed, those who wield power are demanding it. The only question is how much opposition they will encounter. And it says, the last 2 weeks have ushered in a wave of new domestic police powers and rhetoric in the name of fighting terrorism. There are carbon copies of many of the worst excesses of the first war on terror that began nearly 20 years ago. It's actually very similar to what happened in Russia when it was taken over. It says that this trend shows no signs of receding, and we move further from the January 6th Capitol riot. The opposite is true. It says it's intensifying. We witnessed an orgy of censorship from Silicon Valley monopolies with calls for far more aggressive speech policing, and that's what they call it, speech policing. We're back to Orwell again, eh? Ministry of Love, Truth. We've got ministries of truth now, decide what truth is. Eh? And so speech policing. A visibly militarized Washington, D.C., featuring a non-ironically named green zone, and vows from the incoming president and his key allies for a new anti-domestic terrorism bill. So it's really a domestic terrorism bill, and frequent accusations of sedition, treason, and terrorism against members of Congress and citizens. This is all driven by a radical expansion of the meaning of incitement to violence. It's accompanied by viral on social media pleas that one work with the FBI to turn on one's fellow citizens. It says, see something, say something, and demands for a new system of domestic surveillance. Underlying all of this are immediate insinuations that anyone questioning any of this must, by virtue of these doubts, harbour sympathy for the terrorists and their neo-Nazi, white supremacist ideology. Liberals have spent so many years now in a tight alliance with neocons and the CIA, and isn't that the truth? It's all one group now. That they're making the 2002 version of John Ashcroft look like the president of the old school, the ACLU. The US Department of Homeland Security website touting a trademarked phrase licensed to it in 2010 by the City of New York, urging citizens to report suspicious activity to the FBI and other security state agencies. The more honest proponents of this new domestic war on terror are explicitly admitting that they want to model it on the first one. A New York Times reporter noted Monday that a former intelligence official on PBS NewsHour, as a public broadcasting service NewsHour, that the US should think about a 9/11 Commission for Domestic Extremism and consider applying some of the lessons from the fight against Al-Qaeda here at home. More amazingly, General Stanley McChrystal, for years head of the Joint Special Operations Command in Iraq and the commander of the war in Afghanistan, explicitly compared that war to this new one. Speaking to Yahoo News, he says, I did see a similar dynamic in the evolution of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, where a whole generation of angry Arab youth with very poor prospects followed a powerful leader who promised to take them back in time to a better place, and he led them to embrace an ideology that justified their violence. This is now happening in America. I think we're much further along in this radicalization process and facing a much deeper problem as a country than most Americans realize. What they'll mention here too is it's a whole history of Al-Qaeda. What it is, Al-Qaeda was set up by the West with this war in Afghanistan against the Russians when the Russians were running Afghanistan. That's what it was. They don't mention that here. It's a pity. And Al-Qaeda really was a term they used for almost like a meeting place in like a cyber thing, like in the radio thing. Al-Qaeda, and they would tune in and talk to each other at the time. That was the meaning of it back then. Then it became more solidified as the West hired mercenaries to use against other nations in the Middle East and so on, and Asia. So is there anyone who, despite all this, still harbors lingering doubts that the Capitol riot is and will be the neoliberal 9/11, and that a new war on terror is being implemented on its name, they'd only watch the 2 short video clips below, which will clear their doubts for good. It's like being catapulted by an unholy time machine back to Paul Wolfowitz's 2002 message lab. It says, in the first video flagged by Tom Elliott is from Monday morning's Morning Joe program on MSNBC. The show that arguably did more to help Donald Trump become GOP nominee than any other. It features Jeremy Bash, one of the seemingly countless employees of TV news networks who previously worked in Obama's CIA and Pentagon, demanding that in response to the Capitol riots, we reset our entire intelligence approach, including looking at greater surveillance of them, adding the FBI is going to have to run confidential sources. See if you can detect any difference between what the CIA operatives and neocons were saying in 2002 when demanding the Patriot Act and greater FBI and NSA surveillance, and what the CIA official turned NBC News analyst is saying here. The second video features an amazing declaration from former Facebook security official Alex Stamos, talking to the very concerned CNN host Brian Stelter about the need for social media companies to use the same tactics against US citizens that they use to remove ISIS from the internet. That's what I'm saying. There's the same tactics by the same teams in cyber warfare operatives. In collaboration with law enforcement, and that those tactics should be directly aimed at what he calls extremist conservative influencers. Conservative influencers. So let's use the military. Cyber warfare, which they're already using about the COVID. It says press freedoms are being abused by these actors, the former Facebook executive proclaimed. Stamos noted how generous he and his comrades have been up until now. We have given a lot of leeway, both in the traditional media and in social media, to people with a very broad range of views, but no more. Now is the time to get us all back in the same consensual reality. In a moment of unintended candor, Stamos noted the real problem. There are people on YouTube, for example, that have a larger audience than people on daytime CNN. I wonder why. And it's time for CNN and other mainstream outlets to seize the monopoly of information dissemination to which they are divinely entitled by taking away the platforms of those people who actually want to watch and listen to. So it's true enough, it's monopoly. It's back to monopolization for the mainstream, who literally were falling apart for years. No one was looking into them because we know it's all disinformation. And they've been getting government subsidies for years and years. Well, now they want the right for all data, to give out all data. And this article goes on and on and on about it. He says, if still not convinced, and if you can endure it, you can also watch MSNBC's Joe Scarborough and Micah Brzezinski. I guess that's the daughter of Brzezinski, Zygmunt, literally screaming that one needed remedy to the Capitol riot is that Biden administration must shut down Facebook. Shut down Facebook. Calls for a War on Terror sequel, a domestic version complete with surveillance and censorship, are not confined to ratings-deprived cable hosts and ghouls from the security state. The Wall Street Journal reports that Mr. Biden has said he plans to make a priority of passing law against domestic terrorism, and he has been urged to create a White House post overseeing the fight against ideologically inspired violent extremists and increasing funding to combat them. And it'll go right down to just speaking, you see. They want to censor all speech. I hope you understand it. Well, you cannot have democracy and censoring speech. You can't have it. It doesn't work. You either have totalitarianism, and tyranny, or you have democracy. And in democracy, you've got to tolerate all kinds of speech. Why would such new terrorism laws be needed in a country that already imprisons more of its citizens than any other country in the world as the result of a very aggressive set of criminal laws? What acts should be criminalized by new domestic terrorism laws that are not already deemed criminal? They never say, almost certainly, because, just as was true of the first set of the new War on Terror laws, the real name is to criminalize that which should not be criminalized: speech, association, protests, opposition to the new ruling coalition. And this article is quite lengthy, actually, but I'll put it up for those that want to read it for themselves. I've only read maybe a third of it, maybe less. But it's on the money, and it's put out by someone who's had his share of it too. That was Glenn Greenwald. So he knows he's not some amateur journalist here. I'm telling you what's coming down the pike and what is happening in real time now, right? This is not something from the future. Remember, all these laws too are immediately expanded as soon as you put it on the books to include all kinds of things, or even, what were you thinking when you said that? I'm not kidding you. This is where it's all supposed to go. Thought crime, Thought crime. Own think. Have your own think. Was that your opinion, or did you get it from someone else? This article here ties in with it too. When you see everything working together, under different names and different departments, it's all the same. It's one organization. And this is from the Rutherford Institute. It says, in the shadow of that hideous strength, the UN's proposed alliance with big data to know where you are and what you're doing. And this is from 2016. Oh, it's old news. No, this is relevant today. There is no such thing as old news, folks. This is the age of crony capitalism married to scientific research, with the sword of the state blazing the way. Enter that hideous strength and C.S. Lewis's scathing yet prophetic portrayal of a science unhinged from objective truth and sold out in the pursuit of power. What are we hearing today? COVID? Science is the ultimate God and truth. You can't argue with science. Despair of objective truth had been increasingly insinuated into the scientists' indifference to it, and a concentration upon mere power had been the result. Dreams of the far future destiny of man were dragging up from the shadow and unquiet grave of the old dream of man as God. That hideous strength, page 203. Lewis's not-so-science fiction work haunted me that last April when I served as a non-governmental organization representative to the UN's Commission on Population and Development. The theme for 2016 was enhancing the demographic evidence base. In other words, the Commission was concerned about data, accurate data you can sink everything, your teeth into, and track population movements, contraceptive usage, and a country's overall amount of harmful alcohol consumption. The UN wants to know everything about everybody. They seek a level of omniscience unprecedented in the world's history, all as a crucial part of their grandiose, audacious, sustainable development goals for 2030. But convincing someone to sell their freedom requires some big promises. How about Sustainable Development Goal number 1? End poverty in all its forms everywhere, for a starter. The UN's Commission on Population Development is one of 10 commissions in the Economic and Social Council, as ECOSOC. It all smacks of George Orwell's 1984. I think the Eurosoc and so on. So this is it here. It's ECOSOC here, right? Ranging anywhere from the Forum on Forests, that's UNFF, that's the United Nations Forum on Forests, and Status of Women, which is UNCSW. Through starched, dry, and benignly entitled commissions, the UN elite seeks to control the economic and social development of the world. The fundamental philosophy undergirding ECOSOC is collectivism, relying heavily upon top-down central planning by self-interested bureaucrats, each with a pet issue to peddle. But the stubborn thorn of all central planning has always been limited knowledge. The UN is now making a concerted effort to overcome that hurdle by making use of big data, as if to only make matters worse, the economic elites and the cosmopolitan bureaucrats finally may have enough information to make subpar sovereignty ceding harmful decisions, and thereby forever proving Hayek right. And I think Hayek, in The Road to Serfdom, said, Central planning owes its present strength largely to the fact that while planning is in the main still an ambition, it unites almost all the single-minded idealists, all the men and women who have devoted their lives to a single task. The hopes they place in planning, however, are the result not of a comprehensive view of society, but rather of a very limited view, and often the result of a great exaggeration of the importance of the ends they place foremost. It would make the very men who are most anxious to plan society the most dangerous if they are allowed to do so, and the most intolerant of the planning of others. And that's from The Road to Serfdom, page 55. According to a 2015 report, Ban Ki-moon, Secretary General of the UN, boasted that the MDGs, Millennium Development Goals, which ended up being in Agenda 21, by the way, got blended in with them, helped to lift more than 1 billion people out of extreme poverty. The claim failed to reference probably the most important factors in the reduction of global poverty, the growth and privatization of both China and India over the last several decades. Nothing to do with the UN, you see. As an economist commented, 3/4 of the gains made in reducing extreme poverty are attributable to economic growth in China and India, not to any particular effort by the United Nations. So along with goals of ending poverty and ending hunger, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, seek to ensure universal access to sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights, which many countries interpret as abortion on demand. A sustained effort, especially by developed countries, to control and limit world population, not to forget combating climate change, increasing use of renewable energy, and the picturesque goal 16, which is to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels. It sounds so nice, or does it? An integral component for the UN's SDG aspirations are their ability to measure progress. All this requires data, massive amounts of it. This includes traditional sources such as census surveys, civil registration, but also big data. A UN report, and the links are all here, by the way, in this article, from the UN, listed current projects to exploit big data and gather information, including mobile positioning data for tourism tracking, mobile phone data for commuting patterns, tweet analysis, and smart meters for analyzing the structure and size of households, among countless others. ECOSOC released in 2015, and the link is for this one here too, report of the Global Working Group on Big Data for Official Statistics. The potential of big data sources resides in the timely and sometimes real-time availability of large amounts of data, which are usually generated at minimal cost. Now, the point of all of this too is the fact the UN naturally, since it's a front for those who own the world, is talking about your ID 2020, they called it. A big program for ID 2020, for IDing everybody across the whole planet. ID 2020, an ID that'll be on all the phones to start with, you see. At least on the phones, and maybe on paper too for those who don't have the phones yet. But everybody will have to have their ID 2020. Your tracked and traced ID, basically. So, yeah, the UN is a big part of it, naturally. Yeah. Because after all, it was set up to be a front for those who own the world, to bring in the system of the world that they want the world to be, as opposed to what it was and is at the moment. We're far closer to their goals now, actually. Most folk don't realise what you're living through when you're living through it. This article falls in line with the last couple, and it's from John Whitehead, and he talks about, again, what's happening with terrorism and domestic terrorism and so on. And it's called Enemies of the Deep State. The government's war on domestic terrorism is a trap. We're moving fast down the slippery slope to an authoritarian society in which the only opinions, ideals and speech expressed are the ones permitted by the government and its corporate cohorts. In the wake of the January 6 riots at the Capitol, domestic terrorism has become the new poster child for expanding the government's powers at the expense of civil liberties. Of course, domestic terrorist is just a latest bullseye phrase to be used interchangeably with anti-government, extremist and terrorist to describe anyone who might fall somewhere on a very broad spectrum of viewpoints that could be considered dangerous. Watch and see, we're all about to become enemies of the state. In a deja vu mirroring of the legislative fallout from 9/11 and the ensuing build-up of the security state, there's a growing demand in certain sectors for the government to be given expanded powers to root out domestic terrorism. The Constitution be damned. If this is a test of Joe Biden's worthiness to head up the American police state, he seems ready. As part of his inaugural address, President Biden pledged to confront and defeat a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism. Biden has also asked the Director of National Intelligence to work with the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security in carrying out a comprehensive threat assessment of domestic terrorism, and then to keep the parallels going. There's a proposed Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act of 2021 introduced after the January 6 riots, which aims to equip the governments with the tools to identify, monitor and thwart those who could become radicalized to violence. Don't blink or you miss the sleight of hand, it says. This is the tricky part of the deep state's con game that keeps you focused on the shell game in front of you while your wallet's being picked clean by ruffians in your midst. It follows the same pattern as every other convenient crisis used by government as an excuse to expand its powers at the citizenry's expense and at the expense of our freedom. As investigative journalist Glenn Greenwald warns, the last 2 weeks have ushered in a wave of new domestic police powers and rhetoric in the name of fighting terrorism that are carbon copies of many of the worst excesses in the first war on terror that began nearly 20 years ago. This new war on terror, one that's domestic in name from the start and carries the explicit purpose of fighting extremists and domestic terrorists among American citizens on US soil, presents the whole slew of historically familiar dangers when government exploiting media-generated fear and dangers arm themselves with the powers to control information, debate, opinion, activism and protests. Greenwald is referring to the USA Patriot Act, passed almost 20 years ago, which paved the way for the eradication of every vital safeguard against government overreach, corruption and abuse. Free speech, the right to protest, the right to challenge government wrongdoing, due process, a presumption of innocence, the right of self-defense, accountability and transparency in government, privacy, press, sovereignty, assembly, bodily integrity, representative government, all of these and more have become casualties in the government's war on the American people, a war that's grown more pronounced since September 11th, 2001. Some members of Congress get it. In a letter opposing expansion of national security powers, a handful congressional representatives urged their colleagues not to repeat the mistakes of the past. And they said, while many may find comfort in increased national security powers in the wake of this attack, we must emphasize that we have been here before and we have seen where that road leads. Our history is littered with examples of initiatives sold as being necessary to fight extremism that quickly devolve into tools used for the mass violation of the human and civil rights of the American people. To expand the government's national security powers once again at the expense of the human and civil rights of the American people would only serve to further undermine our democracy, not protect it. This is cue the emergency state, the government's Machiavellian version of crisis management that justifies all manner of government tyranny in the so-called name of national security. This is the power grab hiding in plain sight, obscured by the political machinations of the self-righteous elite. This is how government continues to exploit crisis and use them as opportunities for power grabs under the guise of national security. Indeed, this is exactly how the government added red flag gun laws, pre-crime surveillance, fusion centres, threat assessments, mental health assessments, and voluntary confinement to its arsenal of weaponised powers. The objective is not to make America safe again. That has never been the government's aim. And Greenwald explains, why would such new terrorism laws be needed in a country that already imprisons more of its citizens than any other country in the world as a result of a very aggressive set of criminal laws? What acts should be criminalised by new domestic terrorism laws that are not already deemed criminal? They never say almost certainly, because, just as was true from the first of the new war on terror laws, the real aim is to criminalise that which should not be criminalised: speech, association, protests, opposition to the new ruling coalition. So you see, the issue is not whether Donald Trump or Roger Stone or MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell deserve to be banned from Twitter, even if they're believed to be spouting misinformation, hateful ideas, or fomenting discontent. Rather, we should be asking whether any corporation or government agency or an entity representing a fusion of the two should have the power to muzzle, silence, censor, regulate, control, and altogether eradicate so-called dangerous or extremist ideas. This unilateral power to muzzle free speech represents a far greater danger than any so-called right or left-wing extremist might pose. The ramifications are so far-reaching as to render almost every American an extremist in word, deed, thought, or by association. Yet where many go wrong is in assuming that you have to be doing something illegal or challenging the government's authority in order to be flagged as a suspicious character, labelled as an enemy of the state, and locked up like a dangerous criminal. Eventually, all you will really need to do is use certain trigger words: surf the internet, communicate using a cell phone, drive a car, stay at home, purchase materials at a hardware store, take flying or boating lessons, appear suspicious, question government authority, or generally live in the United States. The groundwork has already been laid. The trap is set. All that's needed is the right bait. With the help of automated eyes and ears, a growing arsenal of high-tech software, hardware, and technique, government and propaganda urging Americans to turn into spies or snitches, as well as social media and behavioral sensing software. They actually have that out, behavioral sensing software. The links for that, by the way, are here for the articles. Government agents have been busy spinning a tricky spiderweb of threat assessments, behavioral sensing warnings, flagged words, and suspicious activity reports aimed at snaring potential enemies of the state. It's the American police state's take on the dystopian terrors foreshadowed by George Orwell, Aldous Huxley, and Philip K. Dick, all rolled up into one oppressive pre-crime and pre-thought crime package. What's more, the technocrats who run the surveillance state don't even have to break a sweat while monitoring what you say, what you read, what you write, where you go, how much you spend, whom you support, and with whom you communicate. Computers, by way of artificial intelligence, now do the tedious work of trolling social media, the internet, text messages, and phone calls for potential anti-government remarks, all of which is carefully recorded, documented, and stored to be used against you someday at a time and place of the government's choosing. For instance, police, and all the links are here for these articles that's mentioning here. Police in the major American cities have been using predictive policing technologies that allows them to identify individuals or groups of individuals most likely to commit a crime in a given community. These individuals are then put on notice that their movements and activities will be closely monitored, and any criminal activity by them or their associates will result in harsh penalties. In other words, the burden of proof is reversed. You are guilty, right? Before you're given any chance to prove you're innocent. So it's sort of changed around what it used to be. Innocent proven guilty, so now you're guilty and proven innocent. Dig beneath the surface of this kind of surveillance police state, however, and you will find that the real purpose of pre-crime is not safety but control. Red flag gun laws merely push us that much closer towards a suspect society where everyone is potentially guilty of some crime or another and must be preemptively rendered harmless. This is the same government that has a growing list shared with fusion centres and law enforcement agencies of ideologies, behaviours, affiliations and other characteristics that could flag someone as suspicious and result in their being labelled potential enemies of the state. For instance, if you believe in and exercise your rights under the Constitution, namely a right to speak freely, worship freely, associate with like-minded individuals and share your political views, criticise the government, own a weapon, demand a warrant before being questioned or searched, or any other activity viewed as potentially anti-government. It's true enough, the Constitution is looked upon as being anti-government today, isn't it? Racist, bigoted, anarchic, or sovereign, you could be at the top of the government's terrorism watch list. And I got links to these articles too, by the way, including the government's list and so on, from the New York Times. It says, moreover, as the New York Times editorial warns, you may be an anti-government extremist, such as domestic terrorist, in the eyes of the police if you are afraid that the government is plotting to confiscate your firearms. If you believe that the economy is about to collapse, there's another one too, you see, which, of course, you're wondering how it's still ticking along there, eh? Since it really is pretty well shut down altogether. And the government will soon declare martial law, which they probably will have. That's what the Emergency Powers Act is they're using right now. Or if you display an unusual number of political and or ideological bumper stickers on your car. According to one FBI latest report, you might also be classified as domestic terrorism threat if you espouse conspiracy theories, especially if you attempt to explain events or circumstances as the result of a group of actors working in secret to benefit themselves at the expense of others, and are usually at odds with official or prevailing explanations of events. Additionally, and the links are all here, by the way, in this article, to other articles from authorities. Additionally, according to Michael C. McGarrity, the FBI's Assistant Director of the Counter-Terrorism Division, the Bureau now classifies domestic terrorism threats into four main categories: racially motivated, violent extremism, anti-government, anti-authority extremism, animal rights, environmental extremism, and abortion extremism. It's amazing, really, when you look at what government's doing. They can declare war and have you up off. That's not a conspiracy, of course. That's not extremists sending you off to war. And then they close your whole nation down, stop all the economy and tell you to stay in your... That's not extremist either, is it? But they're going after you for complaining about it. This is something on Monty Python. So in other words, if you dare to subscribe to any views that are contrary to the government's, you may well be suspected of being a domestic terrorist and treated accordingly. Again, where many Americans go wrong is in naively assuming that you have to be doing something illegal or harmful in order to be flagged. And that's the truth. Most folk don't realise it. And targeted for some form of intervention or detention. In fact, US police agencies have been working to identify and manage potential extremist threats, violent or otherwise, before they can become actual threats for some time now. In much the same way that the US Patriot Act was used as a front to advance the surveillance state, allowing governments to establish a far-reaching domestic spying program and turned every American citizen into a criminal suspect, the government's anti-extremism program renders otherwise lawful non-violent activities as potentially extremist. In fact, all you need to do these days to end up on a government watch list or be subjected to heightened scrutiny is by using certain trigger words, like, and they mentioned the trigger words, by the way, which is true. They actually have ones which will flag you, and some of them are rather, you never think of it, in fact. It says surf the internet, communicate using a cell phone, or limp or stutter, or drive a car. The links are here to these, by the way, from official sites and so on, from government. Stay at a hotel, attend a political rally, express yourself on social media, appear mentally ill, serve in the military, disagree with law enforcement official, call in sick to work, purchase materials at a hardware store, take flying or boating lessons, appear suspicious, appear confused or nervous, fidget or whistle, or smell bad. Be seen in public waving a toy gun or anything remotely resembling a gun, such as a water nozzle or remote control or a walking cane, or stare at a police officer questioning government authority or appear to be pro-gun or pro-freedom. Be warned, once you get on such a government watch list, whether it's a terrorist watch list, a mental health watch list, a distant watch list, or a red flag gun watch, that there's no clear way to get off whether or not you should actually be on there. You will be tracked wherever you go. You'll be flagged as a potential threat and dealt accordingly. This is pre-crime on an ideological scale, and it's been a long time coming. It's all been here years ago. I remember when they did the movie Minority Report, a nice science. I think it was Philip K. Dick too did that one, for one of his novels. But it did, it was to show you that they're working on pre-crime and stopping. They treat you as guilty before the crime actually happened, and they'd arrest you before it happened. Because they just knew it was going to happen, or a good idea that it was going to happen on a certain percentage basis of so much percentage possibility or probability. And they're actually working on it. Remember when it came out in the movie and folk talked about it, and it came out in the media, and they would discuss it too, and then they go into to realize the FBI is actually working on programs like this right now, etc., etc. And all countries, of course, are doing the same thing at the same time, right? In this day and age. It says to add to that, add tens of thousands of armed surveillance drones and balloons are beginning to blanket American skies, and facial recognition technology that will identify and track you wherever you go and whatever you do. I don't know if you've seen the ones from China. They had some almost like ads put out by China. They like to boast. They showed you these glasses that the police wear at railway stations and airports and places, but they can use them in the streets, and everybody walking by, a little box would come up with the number, their name and the whole thing and who they were in the glasses. This is getting to be old stuff already. And whatever they have, of course, we've already got in the West as well, and they're using it. This is to add to that, tens of thousands of armed surveillance drones and balloons are beginning to blanket American skies, facial recognition technology. And then to complete the picture, toss in the real-time crime centres being deployed in cities across the country, which will be attempted to predict crimes and identify so-called criminals before they happen based on widespread surveillance, complex mathematical algorithms and prognostication programs. Hopefully you're starting to understand how easy we've made it for the government to identify, label, target, diffuse and detain anyone it views as a potential threat for a variety of reasons that run the gamut from mental illness to having a military background to challenging its authority to just being on the government's list of persona non grata. There's always a price to pay for standing up to the powers that be. And he mentions his book, Battlefield America, War on the American People, and so on. But it sums up pretty well what's happening. It's been happening for years. Nothing happens by chance by itself at the time. All these different things that are suddenly put into effect have been on the drafting boards for years and years. I always say just take them off shelves and blow the dust off them and implement them when it's time. And that's really how the system works. And remember too, again, go back into it, because folk forget very quickly, and I do myself at times, to send a few bucks my way at cuttingthroughthematrix.com. And you can certainly use PayPal or send cash even, or personal checks. And any other ways you can find to do it, let me know. That'll help me go on, because as I say, I'm not backed by it. You'd be surprised, I can't even go into what I do know about other people over the years, but and even the nasty things that happen, from other people. There's definitely agents out there. I know it. I'm not suspecting it. I know it. And the dirty tricks that they play on others to try and get them off the air is quite astonishing. Some of them. So you've got to be very careful. I mean, it's up to yourselves who you listen to. I won't say who you listen to, who not to, but it's up to yourselves. But if you've been bitten a few times, you should start to learn from the experiences and stop following people blindly, even if you like them. And by the way, be very careful. They put out all kinds out there. As I've said before, we have all kinds of personalities amongst us. And we have all kinds of likes and dislikes. And they know exactly, I've said this before too, it's the same as women. if you're a guy, they know exactly through all your surfing. And I did these talks years ago before I even had the computer myself. And as I said, they already know everything about your personality profile. They'll know exactly your dream woman, what she'll look like facial features, the colour of hair, everything about them, the personality type. All from what you've viewed, watched, and what you've surfed, and what you've read, and all the rest of it. That's how they do it, you know. So they know exactly for whatever you're really into and what you like. They've got something ready for you already, ready made. You know, it's like walking into the world's biggest tailoring shop. Whatever size, shape you are, they've got a suit made for you already. It's there for you to walk right into, just for you. And that's how the whole movement is for the truth movements. Call it what you want. They literally have them. There are lots of people sprinkled in there amongst all the regular ones. There's genuine ones, but lots of fake ones too, that are well funded. They'll appear as honorary folk, and they'll be trained to be likable and presentable. And the women will go for certain ones, the guys will go for others. And this is how it's all done. So be very, very careful. You'll know by the cons that they push. If they're promoting the same kind of things that got a lot of folk in trouble already, you should be very wary at the very least. And it's happened a couple of times. Then it's fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And you really can't help people, because they start to like people, even though they're getting used or fooled or set up, and they will get used and set up again. As I say, the internet now is a minefield. It really is a minefield. There's so many people, way too many folks, just talking. That's fine, talking, but the problem is too, it ends up like a huge circus with all kinds of folks shouting, screaming, laughing. It truly is like clowns and jugglers and acrobats, and that's what you end up getting for alternate news. Everyone wants to be a performer rather than just get on and talk. They want to be a performer, okay? And it's probably saturated now too. Remember, I read, as I said earlier in the talk, that I spoke years ago about from the government websites, where they talked about eventually in information warfare, they would have information overload, just data overload. And data's data. It doesn't mean it's true, false, right? It's data. It can be gibberish, doesn't matter. And there'd be overload with it until it would just bog folks' minds down eventually, till they'd have to tune out to keep their sanity. And we're almost there already, of course. We know that too. So be careful what you listen to and what you're wasting your time with, and whoever's using you. Yeah? When you hear the same people, even if there's 50 of them all parting the same messaging, you can pretty well realize they're getting it from the same source. That's what they call their echo chambers. And some of the bigger ones finance hundreds and sometimes dozens, sometimes hundreds of other bloggers out there to parrot the same stuff as their parrot. You wouldn't believe what's going on. You understand what they're doing now with the articles I've just read about going the next step for total control. It's just that. They've already been under pretty well total control and under massive surveillance, even before 9/11. Governments have never spared any amount of your own tax money to spy on you. It's awfully important to know what's going on. Even before the internet, they had thousands of their own agents scattered through London, as an example. I remember reading an article years ago on the air at the time. And that's about 5,000 of them across London. They had them across other countries that used to belong to the British Empire as well. Thousands of them, and they would go into bars and coffee stores and even live in the streets and listen to the gossip and the chat, and that's how they get the feedback of what folk were thinking, what they were talking about, what they're complaining about, what they were worried about, what they were going to do to try to combat government interference in their lives or higher taxes, whatever. They always nothing takes government by surprise, folks. That's why. This information gathering. Jack C. Lull talks about it. The 1950s, across the whole of Europe, they had what they called Cardic systems. And these were, you'll see these rotary type systems with the cards in them. But they had buildings with this stuff. Every country, including Britain, had them, and they'd have the data on every citizen that they could, whatever they could collect from school. You don't realise in school, even teachers' reports were all being collected on the different individual children. Any little test that they gave them, little IQ tests, were all collected and put in the cardiac system. Troubles that the children had involved, truancy, things like that. Anything at all that was displayed was all noted personality-wise and so on, and put in their cardiac system. And when they left school, their employment records, their marriage records, even their affairs records, were all the intimate stuff that could be gleaned from folk living in your communities and your streets was passed along, folks. 1950s onwards. And that's why government never loses control. Nothing really takes it by surprise. And most of governments show the politicians are not the bosses. They're there to take the tomatoes that are thrown at them until you're fed up and you get another group that you vote in, and then you start with them again, going round in circles. That's what politicians are there for. They know they're serving a higher power, higher than the general population, put it that way. And again, you had the same things coming from big players in the past who were more motivated in years gone by because of the superiority level, and their attitudes as well, of writing in their own books what they thought of the general populations. They were rather open. Charles Galton Darwin is a great one to read, The Next Million Years. I've mentioned it so many times. I never get fed up reading it, in fact, because it reminds you remind yourself once in a while, we haven't progressed, they haven't got nicer to us, the masters, They're the same ones then as they are today. And they have more means to implement agendas that Charles Galton Darwin talks about. I mean, the rest of the people, again, to him, were inferior. But his own class, his own type, were superior. They're the wild men. But even the middle class are irrelevant to him. He's talking about the ones who plan and direct and work with the teams that plan and direct the future. All of it. Economic, fashion, culture, everything. Legal, etc. That's how they do it. And they're wild. They're not inhibited by cultural norms, which they've forced upon you, in fact. And that's what they say. We steer the ship. We steer the planet Earth. Therefore, we cannot be inhibited. We are wild men. Wild to make great leaps, you see, of decision-making. Unconventional decision-making. Unrestricted by morals or anything else. That means if they wanted a mass cull, they would just do it. You understand what they're talking about? The next million years. Mm-hmm. And they have no illusions of democracy. They're quite open about it. So anyway, I've gone over those articles before and those books before. I should maybe do them in the future again, some more books, to give anybody who's really interested in understanding the real reality of the system in which you're living. Even though you've studied it, and even though you think you understand it, people are still shocked when you actually see it implemented. You can actually see the effects of pressure that's been applied to those that front for the elites. I mean the political parties that manage it all and so on behalf of those who are above them, and the pressure they're under. And you'll see that the absolute venom coming out of these politicians now. Venom. When they cannot be obeyed immediately in this system of authoritarian control. They just can't get the immediate compliance by those who should be obedient to them. And you'll see them getting really furious about it. And this is a very dangerous time when you see people showing fury in positions of power over the people, because that is the same characters in history who've ordered more drastic things to be done to the publics of some countries in the past. And you're seeing that the start of it here now is to demonize. I mentioned before about genocide, how they demonize a segment of society. It's the first step. You make them subhuman in the eyes of everybody else. You keep repeating it, repetition. And then you cut the demonized group off from having the ability to convey their thoughts to anybody else through any other kind of media. It's now the internet, actually. But in the past, I've used it with print or anything else. And so you isolate them, and then you get rid of them. That's what's happened. That's what happened in the Soviet system, as we know. That was the real opening salvo of a scientific system, supposedly scientific, to be used with a new form of controlling the public and directing the affairs of humans in a nation. And what a horror show that was. But you see the same faces then, resolute, working together, determined to get their way. And you're looking at murder. That's what you're looking at, potential murder, from the eyes of those people. There's no doubt about it. Look at the old photographs of Trotsky when he was in charge of the Red Army at one point. So you look at the massacres and slaughters they did. Well, these guys weren't out to debate anything with anybody. They wanted immediate obedience and compliance, and even for those who often complied, they slaughtered them just to show that, just to make a lesson out of them, for others to be terrified. There's a reign of terror. Dangerous when you see these things coming from government officials. I always say when it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's generally a duck. Forget the title. We're democratic or you're a republic. Forget the titles, folks, and look at what you're seeing. It's the same thing down through history. I'm using the US as an example. Every country was on board with the same agenda when 9/11 happened. How come? That all the Western countries were on board with the same agenda, stripping all their people of rights and privacy rights and so on. That took pre-planning, understand? Just like the whole COVID exercise took massive pre-planning over years to get ready for all. And the right folk put in place at the right time before it all happens. That's so telling as well. Otherwise, you have differences of opinion and those in authority across the world in the same equivalent positions, but you don't. They're all uniform. And getting back to sending a few bucks, remember, take notes of my official websites at cuttingthroughmatrix.com in case anyone goes down, and hopefully you can still get them in one of my other official sites. Now this article here is from the New York Times, and it's interesting because we've already read official studies put out by virologists and epidemiologists talking about vaccine reactions at times, how it can cause massive autoimmune responses in the body, where the body starts creating part of the immune system will attack its own cells in certain parts of the body. I mean, rheumatoid arthritis is a classic example of that. And it's interesting too that since the vaccination started, you've already had people coming down with certain symptoms to do with autoimmune and the body actually attacking. That one doctor, the obstetrician in the States, who after getting the vaccine about 2 weeks later, even before 2 weeks was up, he was admitted to hospital, very, very sick, and his wife said that his platelet count when he was admitted was at 0 for blood clotting, and he eventually hemorrhaged to death and had a massive stroke that finished him off. But before that, he was perfectly healthy. So your own immune system can definitely, and by the way, anything negative about the vaccine is going to get hammered. Because remember, this is a war. Using full Emergency War Powers Act to go after anybody who says anything that's not been authorized by the establishment. And you can't mention really that vaccines cause any problem. According to all the authorities, they're perfectly safe, even though they admit you in a phase 3 trial when you get it, because they didn't do a phase 3 trial on animals, etc. But so they just know in advance with crystal balls that it's perfectly safe, you see. And anything that counters that, like folk dying, got nothing to do with the vaccine. It's all coincidence. That's what they're telling us in article after article. So there's an article here. It got me thinking too, because now that you're seeing the effects of certain physical maladies occur after vaccination, never mind anaphylactic shock and the immediate effects, for some people anyway. You're getting the other ones with massive temperature rises and so on, that go on for weeks and can end up really badly. That they're trying to say now that this is because of the COVID, these symptoms. This is from the New York Times. The coronavirus can warp the body's defenses in many ways, disarming the body's early warning systems. For example, causing immune cells to misfire. To misfire, But a spate of new studies suggests another insidious consequence. The infection can trigger production of antibodies that mistakenly attack the patient's own tissues instead of the virus. So this is a new study with a new idea, I guess. But the folk weren't seemingly coming down with that before, say last year. But again, coming down with it now, so it could be a cover for what's happening after you get you-know-what. Obviously. That's what I would say it would be. It's obviously a cover for it. Why are they bringing this report out now? It says that the report was published online this week and suggests that so-called autoantibodies can persist for months after the infection is resolved, perhaps causing irreparable harm. If other studies confirm the finding, it may explain some of the lingering symptoms in people who have recovered from COVID-19. Now, here's what they're saying. I don't know if you ever saw the movie, a comedy called Joe versus the Volcano. Quite a good comedy, actually. Kind of fantasy comedy. Where a guy in a humdrum, boring job is so depressed and all the rest of it, has a doctor visit him one day. Or he was told to visit this doctor. He visits the doctor, and the doctor says to him, "Oh, you've got brain fog, What's that?" He says, "Oh, it's a terrible syndrome. It's a fatal thing, brain fog. A new disease, brand new." And he doesn't know the doctor actually is a personal doctor for a big businessman who wants something from an island, a very rare mineral, a rare metal mineral, I guess, from an island, and the natives of the island demand a sacrifice who jumps in the volcano, and that's how they would. In that way, the island wouldn't submerge under the sea if they get another sacrifice, and in return, this businessman could get the medal. So the businessman had set up this bored guy, this very bored young fella, to be a victim, a willing victim. Well, you're going to die anyway, you got brain fog. And he got his own doctor to tell me he had the brain fog. Well, here's this, I've never heard of it before, because it was a comedy, for goodness sake. And here they are using that very term. You might get brain fog and joint pain. I wonder if you have a desire to jump into volcanoes. So, but this is what I'm saying. A lot of the stuff that's going to come out from, the stuff that's going on now will be causing these very symptoms, and your immune system is liable to attack your parts of your body. That's what happened to me back in the 90s. I got a whole bunch of booster shots, and boom, then went massive arthritis, massive spinal problems, massive everything. And the lungs were full, absolutely totally congested. And the eosinophil levels were way up. And then you get on the cortisone to try to bring the effects down, stop the immune system working. Lots of antibiotics that burned a hole in the stomach, like permanent. That was the circular route that went on, but many had gone on before me, and since me too. But that's what did it too. And your immune system starts attacking your own joints. Another one too is to do with distinct autoimmune antibody signatures between hospitalized acute COVID-19 patients, SARS-CoV-2 convalescent individuals, and unexposed pre-pandemic controls. And they compare the levels of different immunoglobulin and so on and antibodies between 4 different groups, and they give you the results in the bottom 2. For those who are really serious in finding out, and who don't mind spending part of their lives, whatever's left of your life these days, since you're all locked down at home, so most of you are anyway. Then you get lots of articles too, like 19-year-old hospitalised in ICU days after receiving second Pfizer vaccine. Still not being confirmed with certainty that the inflammation was developed as a side effect. Of course, you have to say that, of course. And you also had myocarditis cases. Lots of 19-related myocarditis cases have been reported. It definitely seems a lot of problems with the heart, no doubt about it. Another guy, too, was a doctor recently. A young guy, 39, I think, and he ended up with myocarditis too, apparently, supposedly, after a shot. There's lots of this happening, but it's nothing to do with the vaccination. 39-year-old nurse dies within 48 hours of receiving mandated COVID-19 shot. I'll put these links up for anybody who wants to read them. And since you're literally getting hammered for saying, you don't find, under War Powers Act, your government is at war with you. And any opinion is counter to their mandates. So thinking you got truth or fact doesn't matter at all to the government agencies now. And remember too, in their pandemic exercises, as they went through the different levels and stages of the exercises, they said that eventually they'll go after folk who just won't stop speaking out about it. And they really mean it, folks. This is a script you're living through, like a wartime script, all planned in their exercises, and bingo, you're living through it now. And just like some dystopic movie, you're actually in it. And you're watching them go after people now for not just having opinions, they're going after professionals. And shortly they'll be getting locked up quickly, not just people coming in from airports, getting grabbed and taken off by private security companies like G-Force that the government's employing. But you'll get extraordinary rendition, just like they did with terrorists, of course. They'll classify as a terrorist, enemy of the state. Dangerous times indeed. And don't think you'll ever, once rights have gone, you never get them back, folks. That happened from 9/11 onwards. All the rights that you've lost and lost and lost. You never get them back. It doesn't happen. It's like income tax. In Britain, it was a temporary war tax. I think in the US they called it the victory tax. Once you start, you never go back to normal. So the same with any rights you fought for. They take it away instantly, but they never get back to you again. Yet, you had to fight to get them in the first place. Another one too is to do with outbreaks. And this is the Sun newspaper in Britain. 9 care home residents dead and 69 infected in mass COVID outbreak 6 days after getting the vaccine. Well, they're finding this after the vaccine. They remember it's supposed to create the spikes, the protein spikes in your own cells. So lots of folk are testing positive after they get the shots. I'll put this one up too. And 7 die at Spanish care home after getting the Pfizer COVID jab. As all residents test positive for the virus, the second dose is still to come. Congressman tests positive for COVID-19 after receiving second dose of vaccine in the States. Interesting too, because I've got articles here where it says people have been immune from COVID after getting the first shot. It's all public relations exercises by PR companies, remember. So Congressman Stephen Lynch, Democrat from Massachusetts, tested positive COVID-19 Friday after receiving the second dose of the Pfizer vaccine earlier this month. Lynch is one of several members of Congress who have tested positive for the virus in recent weeks. He says, I'm fortunate to currently be asymptomatic and I have immediately begun to self-quarantine. So he's self-quarantining after getting the shots. Shots can be dangerous to older folk, And yet the chances of getting ill with the COVID are very rare. Debunked says, this is, here's what they do, but they're debunking any other opinion. It says, no, a Wexford doctor's death was not related to the COVID-19 vaccine. And a number of posts on Facebook have said that Dr. Keshav Sharma died 11th January after receiving the COVID-19 vaccine, insinuating that the two events were linked. Well, of course they couldn't be linked. Although it's understood that Dr. Sharma had received his first dose of the vaccine, his death was unrelated to this. There have so far been no reports of deaths where COVID-19 vaccine is believed to have been a contributory factor, either in Ireland or anywhere across the European Union. This is in Ireland. One social media post shared more than 300 times claimed that the doctor was found dead after COVID vaccine and linked his death January 11th with the vaccination a number of days before. This is misleading and an inaccurate outline of the situation. The Health Products Regulatory Authority, right? These are the ones who regulate and actually buy in vaccines. This is for medicine in Ireland. Confirmed there have been no reports of deaths. You can trust them, for which there were concerns about the COVID-19 vaccine. The HPRA has not received a report of a fatality for which there is a concern that COVID-19 vaccine had a contributory role, HPRA told the Journal. So the HPRA published its first safety update in respect to COVID-19 vaccines, which provided an overview of reports of suspected side effects received in the period up to 18th of January. And so they have no problems with safety at all, even though it's experimental, right? Even though that once you get the vaccine, you've got that actually have you put down your name, number, age, the whole lot, probably your insurance number too, but they definitely have you down with the batch number, the date you got the shot, and they want updates on you because you're part of the third stage of the experiment now, right? It's an experimental vaccine. So they can't say with any absolute certainty that they're perfectly safe if they haven't done the third. You are part of the third stage now. It's quite amazing times to live through, isn't it? It really is. It's so dystopic, this whole thing. And then the article, Dr. Kershav Sharma, another article that says found dead after the COVID vaccine. But this article here only says he was 39 years old, doesn't mention anything about the vaccine, getting the vaccination at all in this other article. Strange how did we even miss that, or is it? And COVID, France restricts AstraZeneca vaccine to under the 65s. It's the latest recommendation from the EU member state approving the jab with such restrictions, citing insufficient data on its efficacy for older people. Would have had too many folk with bad effects after it. That was part of the reason. This is from BBC, by the way. What did the French officials say? The health regulator said there was still not enough data about the effectiveness of the vaccine for patients over 65 years of age. But it's because they've had bad effects, from reports of bad effects from a lot of people. European Affairs Minister Clement Beaune told the French radio Monday that the British were taking a lot of risks with this vaccination campaign by spacing delays between the two injections. Some of them, remember, were saying just to use one, get more of it, get one out, that's better than nothing. And then they were saying they should mix different makes together. Remember that a week or two ago? Then you had Fauci coming out contradicting both of them. I love how these scientists are all on board with their different opinions. This is what have other countries decided about AstraZeneca. This is last week, Germany's vaccine commission said it could not recommend the use of the jab in people aged over 65. They refused to say why, even though other articles from other newspapers have mentioned why. But there you go. And again, BBC, COVID vaccines extremely safe, finds the UK regulator. There you go. They're extremely safe with mild expected side effects, says the country's drugs regulator. Some 22,820 suspected reactions were reported. I guess it's suspected. Almost all were mild, such as a sore arm or flu-like illness. Meanwhile, I've got the lists here, the official ones, with folk getting resuscitated and all the rest of it too. This is horrible what they're doing here, trying to pretend it's all quite harmless. When they've got people standing by with all kinds of jabs to try to bring you back again if you pass out and your blood pressure plummets. But and then at the bottom they contradict themselves. Severe allergic reactions to the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine can happen. Well, that's impossible. I've read other articles that says no, they're perfectly safe. So here it says at the bottom, severe allergic reactions to the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine can happen, but are very rare, between 1 and 2 cases per 100,000 doses administered. Experts estimate the MHRA received 101 allergy-related reports. Doctors already see people with a history of significant allergic reactions to ingredients in the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine should not receive it. So there you go. So you make your mind up, and the same stories to tell you they're perfectly safe. Yada, yada, yada. And booster shots to keep COVID mutations, and this is to be permanent forever, you understand, more and more shots and boosters. So booster, and that's what that Dr. Bell said, Professor Bell, whatever his name was in Britain. He was in charge of some of the vaccine there. And he's also on the SAGE group in Britain as well, and the Gavi group. But he did say that, I expect, he said last year, he said, I expect this will be a regular shot every year like the flu. So booster shots to keep COVID mutations under control, says expert, even though they're constantly mutating, which is probably pointless. I mean, viruses are the great robbers, they call it robbers, like magpies as well, is another way to describe them, because a virus comes into your body from someone else's, and it'll leave behind in your body parts of RNA from other people's bodies. It'll grab some of yours and mutate a little bit, then it'll move on to the next person and leave some of yours in theirs. This is how it works. So you really can't have a standard thing against it. It'll constantly mutate anyway. Like a common cold, or even the flu. The flu is similar too. Even within the major strains, you have many, many variations of it. And this one you're seeing now with the COVID is just a variation under a particular strain. So Dr. Susan Hopkins said UK health experts are currently looking at what further protection might be needed against coronavirus variants among people who have already been fully vaccinated. Oh dear. So there you go. And it says the South African variant has more mutations than earlier strains. There you go. Well, guaranteed business, big business, when government starts using your tax money to buy stuff from designated sellers. Great business. How many businesses can guarantee sales every year by the government mandating? If you make spades or shovels or hammers and chisels, and they could mandate you must buy theirs. Government mandates it. You can't fail then, can you? Door-to-door tests rolled out in Bristol, England and Liverpool as new mutations are detected, Hancock says. Oh, there you go. So they're giving numbers, not the mutations and all that. So they found 32 cases of the original strain bearing the E4A4K mutation. It comes as door-to-door tests started in 8 postcodes today after 11 cases of the South variant were found in people with no travel links to the country. I guess it's spontaneous. So anyway, when they tried that last year, 2 door-to-door, and folk told them all to get lost. They wanted to draw blood, by the way. It wasn't just nasal swab. They wanted to draw blood and all the rest of it. Don't get. Oh, come on. This is intrusive stuff. And COVID-19 news, Britain. Keep indoors and use stockpiled food to stop mutant coronavirus spread. Postcodes are told. So that's Mr. Hancock again. He warned the residents of numerous UK postcodes that they shouldn't even be going to the shop to get food. I guess you starve to death then, And you starve to death and they'll test you and find out you had COVID, because that's what they put you down as. Single dose of Oxford vaccine prevents hospitalisation with COVID for 12 weeks. Trial finds. So you're experimenting. That's where they're coming out with the studies now. And again, Fauci in his articles are talking about just go ahead and get them the second vaccine, don't wait. So there you go. Vaccine passports and health passes is showing your papers the new normal. Well, of course, that's exactly where it's supposed to go. Totalitarian regimes always restrict travel. And this isn't going to be just for travelling abroad. That's how they'll put it across initially. But eventually it'll be your own local area, your communitarian area. Because I gave these talks years ago from United Nations meetings that they had, talking about the future and your community, and you'll be a communitarian, part of the collectivist society, and you won't need to travel much, she said, with public transport for short trips, because it's bad for the environment, all that transport, and be no private vehicles anyway. They set an agenda for the 21st century, Agenda 21. Essential vehicles only. So they're going to have to, like in all systems in the Soviet system, papers for traveling outside your own area, even into the next area. Well, it's all done with apps on your phone, and they boasted about that when last year from China that tried it all out. They were the test bed for all, and it's all to come here now, eh? And so, as I've said before, they can't. The WHO said before a few years ago they couldn't force people to take vaccines, but they could force you to comply with the demands to take it. See? Well, but you could go and get food if you took the vaccine first, you see, etc. You see? It'd be so easy, much easier if you just took the vaccine. You wouldn't have to have folk deliver it to your home and stuff, the food, no. Yada, yada. You might be able to go and meet people, maybe. You can't promise you will be if you take it, because they can't tell you. It's not going to stop you being a carrier or catching the virus, they said, with the vaccine. And then in the shadow of that hideous, I mentioned it before, the hideous trend, it's a good one, UN proposed alliance with big data to know where you are and what you're doing. A good article, and because that's where we are with it all too. Big data. And ID 2020 as they called it, which is now being implemented. They've had it on the back burner for years now, but it's definitely there today. Yeah. Or Los Angeles. I mean, stuff is, as I've mentioned Monty Python quite a few times, because we're living in the absurd. Los Angeles County bans restaurants from turning on televisions. After a 2-month shutdown due to surging COVID-19 cases, not illnesses but cases, patio dining returned to Los Angeles County Friday, but with a new restriction forcing restaurants to turn off or remove all televisions from customer seating areas, a clear effort to prevent gatherings of sports fans. The country's revised health officer order also reinstates previous restrictions on outdoor dining, requiring servers to wear masks and face shields, limiting restaurants to 50% of patio capacity, limiting tables to more than 6 people, and requiring tables to be at least 8 feet apart. You roll up one pant leg as well, right? And maybe on a Friday, but not on a Thursday, yeah. Or maybe on a Thursday in the afternoon, but not in the morning. You see, that's how much sense all this is. It's just nonsense. So, they don't want gathering and watching sports, for goodness sake, No, tragic, It's a bit tragic if the Super Bowl becomes a super spreader of coronavirus. Wow. Oh. And again, John Whitehead's commentary I've mentioned already, the deep state stealthy, subversive, silent coup to ensure nothing changes. Because that's what you're living through. There's a continuation, folks, of the same system. Doesn't matter who pretends to be in power as the head of it, because they're not the head of it. An implanted vaccine package, ID. Germany's parliament has ratified Gavi's digital agenda, ID 2020. It says this is a centralized general electronic data collection of every citizen to which every government agency, police, and possibly also the private sector would have access. Covers all that's known about an individual citizen, now up to 200 points of information, and possibly more as time goes on, from your bank accounts to your shopping habits, health records, vaccination records, of course, your political inclinations, and probably even your dating habits and other entries into your private sphere. Agenda ID 2020, designed by, naturally, Bill Gates, another part of the Spectre group, James Bond. As part of the vaccination package is backed by the Rockefeller Foundation. It's the same character. They truly are living. The true characters in James Bond exist. We're seeing the characters just right out of the James Bond books. And the same organizations they belong to, we're seeing that Rockefeller, Bill Gates, I sent you the WEF, Gavi, Schwab and all the rest of it, all part of that vaccine alliance they call it. It was a Gates creation 2001 with the headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. The public part of being WHO, plus a number of developing countries. There you go. And the new domestic war on terror is coming. I mentioned that by Greenwald. Oh, the Scottish Church. It's poor Scotland. I mean, I've always said Scotland, the patron saint of Scotland is St. Andrew. And we used to say he's the patron saint of lost causes, because that's all the Scots ever fought for, was lost causes. And even after they lost their country, they fought for another country. One of their battles for them, because they've got nothing out of themselves at all. Except maybe a few paychecks, and that was it. But patron saint of lost causes, indeed. When you see the tragedy of government in Scotland and the betrayals in Scotland, within their own ranks of people, by the way, that was always their problem, was betrayals, and people bought and paid for time, century after century, So anyway, it says 27 church leaders sue the Scottish government for criminalising in-person worship. And they're going to destroy religion, of course, to have no other gods before them for the ones that are managing the system now, right? And more than 24 churches leaders in Scotland have joined legal proceedings against the Scottish government, demanding a judicial review of tighter pandemic lockdown measures that have closed churches for in-person services and criminalised public worship. At one time they had power, Why do you think this is all happening now when everything is so weak? And what used to be really strong churches has been long gone, actually, from my lifetime. For strength in communities all breaking apart and TV taking over and giving you a different culture, etc. But at one time, too, the churches weren't just churches. They were community halls and so on. They had big events for your communities. And the children went and had parties and different things all year round, different things on the go. So it was a central hub for the people. But that went out long ago, And then started building not church halls, but town halls for the people and so on. Community events were held there then, and the churches started to die off gradually. World War I definitely destroyed a lot of it. World War II finished it off for most folk. They couldn't understand why the state used the churches, which it certainly did, to help promote the ongoing war rather than just rebelling against going off the war. And so the churches were compromised completely, and the people just lost all faith in it because of their compromised positions backing the state. The Church of England was a big backer of the wars, World War I and II. And Scotland wasn't far behind it with its churches too. They were already fragmented in Scotland big time, because in Protestantism you have schism after schism until they're all different, little tiny differences between different sects. Some of them into the absurdities, in fact, of differences, and they lost their strength. The Catholic Church again suffered World War I and II because of the massive loss of life. And they couldn't understand why a deity would let things happen. They never understand that regarding deities, deity gives you free will. Otherwise, you'd be a robot, and you'd make your own choices, really. But it's true enough, when any church starts to back the state, they're going to lose a following. Now, there's also this article to do with the history of the BioNTech group that they seem to have they've been patenting, I guess, on mRNA vaccines. But this one here is from Canada, and it's Global Research Organization. What's not being said about the Pfizer coronavirus vaccine? It says human guinea pigs, ? And it was published in December, but this is Bill Gates is actively financing and promoting new untested vaccines supposed to keep us at least somewhat safe from a ghastly death from the novel coronavirus. and supposedly allow us to resume somewhat normal lives. Well, that no one said we can go back to normal. In fact, Fauci was adamant last year about that. They would never go back to normal. It's a big agenda, and regardless of COVID's kind of like the front for all. But it says here, the financial world went ballistic and so on when pharma giant Pfizer and its German partner BioNTech announced in a company press release that it had developed a vaccine for COVID-19 that was 90% effective. The controversial US head of NIAID, Tony Fauci, rushed to greet the news, and the EU announced it had purchased 300 million doses of the costly new vaccine. And it says all the rest is past history. It says, but then it seems that Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer, doesn't share the confidence of his own claims. On the day of his company has issued its press release on the vaccine trials, he sold 62% of the stock in Pfizer, making millions profit in the deal. And he made the sell order in a special option in August, so it would not appear as insider trading. It goes into some of the history of the drugs and the corporations. Pfizer, famous for its Viagra and other drugs, had partnered with a small Mainz, Germany company, BioNTech it's called, which has developed the radical mRNA technique used to produce the new corona vaccine. BioNTech was only founded in 2008. BioNTech signed an agreement with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in September 2019, just before announcement in Wuhan, China, of the novel, this coincidence, novel coronavirus, and just before BioNTech made its stock market debut. The agreement involved cooperation on developing new mRNA techniques to treat cancer and HIV. Curiously, that press release called the Gates Foundation sees BioNTech potential to dramatically reduce global HIV and tuberculosis. 5th September 2019 has now been deleted. BioNTech also has an agreement with one of the largest drug producers in China, Shanghai Fosun Pharmaceutical Company Limited, to develop a version of its mRNA vaccine for a novel coronavirus for the Chinese market. And they're also working with BioNTech, again, the same group again, BioNTech, yeah. So it says this means that the same German biotech companies behind the COVID vaccines being rushed out in China, as well as the USA and the EU. The vaccine is being rushed through to eventual approval at an alarmingly short time. And it talks about being explicitly experimental. Dr. Michael Yeadon replied in a recent public social media comment to a colleague in the UK, all vaccines against SARS-CoV-2 virus are by definition novel. No candidate vaccine has been in a development for more than a few months. Yeadon then on to declare that if any such vaccine is approved for any use under any circumstances that are not explicitly experimental, I believe that recipients are being misled to a criminal extent. This is because there are precisely zero human volunteers for whom there could possibly be more than a few months past dose safety information. Things about human guinea pigs and so on. And I think I mentioned already, maybe not, that pubs and restaurants could reopen in April, but no alcohol can be served in parts of Britain. I think it is it Britain? And so they could open in April, or they could soon. No, everything's could or possible if your master say so. But if they agree not to sell alcohol under options being discussed to allow the widespread relaxation of coronavirus restrictions after Easter. This is from the Telegraph newspaper or news site. Can disclose that a temporary booze ban is being considered as part of the government's roadmap for lifting lockdown. Why don't they just ban the TVs and the booze then, and they can just sit and stare at each other maybe? This is understood the move is being discussed to allay concerns from Professor Chris Whitty, the Chief Medical Officer, and others about the effect of drinking on social distancing. Under the three-stage plan for lifting restrictions, some outdoor socialising is expected to be allowed in March, and schools are set to return. It's hoped that hospitality can then reopen in April, and that all of the most vulnerable will be vaccinated by May. They're already backing off from the elderly because of, well, just, you know why. But says with almost 11 million people now vaccinated and deaths, hospitalizations, infections is all falling, the government is under increasing pressure to explain how and when the restrictions will start to be lifted. But isn't it amazing? I mean, I think it was in Australia, there was a song, it was with a pub with no beer, you know. That was the name of the song, a pub with no beer. So there's no beer, no TVs now, eh? By the way, you think that you're not under Emergency Powers Act, which is War Powers Act. It's the same thing, they call it Emergency Powers Act. And I was looking into RTE News, that's in Ireland, and Current Affairs, and just looked up Wiki, you know, to see what the history on the company was. They're like the BBC, you might say, or their own version of for Irish news, basically. And so everything, if there's anything at all, will get put through the radio and television over there. So it's a national news service provided by Irish Public Broadcaster Ireland. Its services include local, national, European, international news, and so on. And they've got it in Irish language as well, and so on. But they've got, not just in Ireland, they've got stations across different parts of the world now, I think. But just reading through it, the boring stuff that I read through, you know, but it gives some of the history. It started in 1926. It was Ireland's first radio station, and its first advertised news bulletin. It was put out 24th May 1926, and I think it was about the Second World War, referred to in Ireland as the emergency. That's what they called the Second World War, the emergency, and media censorship of radio broadcasts under the provisions of the Emergency Powers Act. That's what we've got in right now, right? This is what's war emergency. Emergency Powers Act, 1939, affected news bulletins before any news bulletin was broadcast. The script of the bulletin was read over the phone to head of the Government Information Bureau, Frank Gallagher. Censorship under the Act was lifted on the 11th of May 1945, so that the phone what they were going to broadcast to literally the head of the Government Information Bureau. You understand? You all think you've been free. Really? When were you free? When were you free? Quite amazing. Now they'll go after you for anything contrary at all but COVID, or your own observations, or some experts' observations, and it's all taboo. It can't be allowed unless it's rubber stamped by the Ministry of Information, the Ministry of Truth, as George Orwell would say, you see. It's all here, isn't it? We're living through it all. And the farce is now reality. But it's dangerous. Just like the dystopian comedies you would get too, a kind of Monty Python type idea like Brazil. You're liable to suffer extreme consequences for opening your mouth because you're not authorized to say anything or think anything. See, thinking can be dangerous these days, under tyrannies. You better start believing. We've seen this, you've read about it before, if you've read at all. Most folk maybe haven't these days, but some of the older ones still have read about the old systems in the Soviet Union. That's where Hitler got his ideas from, because he worked with them initially, with the Soviet system initially, for years. Don't forget Hitler's side off was a socialist, National Socialist, and found out how they managed to deal with dissidents in the Soviet system. And had the Young Communist League, and he created the Young Hitler League eventually. See, he copied the systems. But you're living through it now, Censorship departments, maybe a knock on the door. What are you thinking? Why are you telling people what you're thinking? Your thinking hasn't been authorized by the state. You got bad think and wrong think and own think. As I'm saying this kind of thing's happening, And it's going to get a lot worse, folks. Because this agenda for the whole 21st century, to be completed all through the century, step by step, stage by stage, has to be done. The masters have decided it, and the masters always get what they want. Because they, as far as you're concerned, they own the world, they own the system. I've heard small bankers, I mean, like international ones, who go for big branches to go across the world for their branches internationally. And I remember one telling me, he says, the ordinary folk would be nothing without us banker, nothing. We make their businesses work, That's, the arrogance would knock you off wherever you're standing on or sitting on. And that's how they talk. And that's the lower echelons. That's the folk who are now up there. They're maybe in the managerial class, but that's about all. They're not way up there for the big banks that we above them, the central banking systems, the big private ones. They see the world as theirs, understand? And you're in it. You're in their system. It's like that movie about the CIA startup. The Good Shepherd, I think it was. Quite good movie, actually. Bit slow in some parts, but you get the gist of it all, of how the systems work and the dark arts, as I say, of the MI5, MI6 being taught to this beginning group of the CIA that came out of the OSS. And there's some good little statements in it when the new head of the CIA goes to make some deals with the mafia. And the CIA has always been in bed with every possible criminal organization. They use them, even for drugs and things like that. But they go there and they talk to the head of a mafia family, and they're chatting away. And the mafia guy initially says, "Well, we've got this now. We've got our own families. We've got big families, and we've got our own culture." And talk about the mafia and Italian background. And he says, "What do you guys have?" Meaning the white American guy. And the American guy says, "Well, we are the country." I'm kind of paraphrasing. We are the country. He says, "We run everything." He says, "We own everything." He says, "You." He says, "You." He says, "You're just the tourists." But they're showing the arrogance of those who get up the ladder and who are into systems who are quietly controlling behind the scenes so much of your existence, and you don't know it. But they themselves are only doing it if you're a worker for them. Like the head of the CIA, you're a worker for them. You're not the boss. The dominant minority are way above that. That's how this system really works. But the arrogance is incredible, truly. Also, Cardinal Mueller decries the Great Reset, and he talks about big capitalism merging with China, which is, of course, it's emerging because the West created modern China. But anyway, he says it's absolute control of thought, speech, and action. Well, yes, he's right. China didn't start itself up, folks. We gave them all the factories through free trade agreements and made China the most favoured nation trading status to give them all the breaks and taxations and things. And we funded the factories to move over there and set up. I tell you. And COVID vaccine passports to allow Brits who've had the jab to go on summer holidays planned by government, it says. And that's how this is from I think the Sun again. Yep, the Sun news outlets. And so the UK is developing a vaccine passport system as Greece prepares to let in tourists who have had the jab. So you can show that you get proof of inoculation as a condition of entry. And they got their article from the Times as well. And the links are here too, on this one to it. And it comes as despite politicians, they call them ministers or politicians, repeatedly insisting that vaccine passports are not part of their plans. Well, when will you expect truth? Well, why do you keep expecting truth from politicians? You say you don't believe in miracles, but you keep expecting one day they're going to tell you the truth on anything. So tourism makes about a fifth of the country's economy, which has been battered by the deadly pandemic. So there you go, there's your passports there, and to get anywhere at all, and eventually you'll be inside your own country. You know that too, don't you? Because I read articles years ago from the WHO of their wonderful plans, and if they can only get them to pass, that you would need passports inside your own country to even go into grocery stores eventually. We don't force you to take jabs. We just coerce you into making it impossible for you to live without them. You see, that's how they really do it, isn't it? Don't you get fed up being treated like a child your entire life? And then when you're trying to become an adult, they threaten you. And then you go and vote for them. What's wrong with you? So that's the system we're living in, or existing in, folks. And it's not going to get better. It'll get a lot worse. Because the World Economic Forum has told us that everything is riding on this agenda. They had tried to get it all through with the climate change. Oh, you're killing off the planet. You're the enemy of nature. You're the enemy of the world. Oh my goodness, the Club of Rome, eh? So man is the enemy. And because of droughts and famines and so on, it says that would fit the bill, that man is the enemy. And so by using that as an excuse, they'd regulate you into the poorhouse, basically. And it's not fast enough. We weren't listening to them, we were ignoring them, and bingo, well, COVID breaks out after they said that at the meeting 2019, that folk weren't listening to them, the climate summit. They'd have to do something more drastic. And just like 9/11, where the PNAC group said, well, we need a Pearl Harbor event. Well, bingo, you get your Pearl Harbor COVID event for this one, just the same. And the whole plan gets dusted off and rushed into action. Sad but true. That's how it really is, isn't it? We're living through it, and folk don't recognize what they're living through. Now here's another one too, which I really didn't believe it at first. I had to wonder, because I've read articles over the years to do with the Soviet system. Orwell showed it too in 1984, where the children were taught and raised in school to snitch on their parents as spies, you see. But we saw it working in the Soviet Union. That's where Orwell got the idea from. And also the Nazi Party encouraged children, the Hitler Youth, to snitch on their parents if they heard them saying anything unpatriotic or whatever, or criticizing the system. And I've always thought, that's incredible. No wonder we went to war against, yada, yada, yada. That's what you're taught. That's what you're supposed to think. Oh, we went to war to fight against that terrible kind of system. Spy kids. New intelligence laws allow children to work as secret agents for local councils. This is Britain. This is from the Daily Mail. To spy for local councils, anti-fraud bodies, and even the gambling watchdog, and even shop their own parents. And police and security services amongst those who will be allowed to use under 18-year-olds. But many other public bodies are also on the list of those with permission. They include local councils, gambling commissions, and food standards agencies. And scores of government bodies and armed forces and even gambling regulators will legally be allowed to use child spies, including against their parents. That's amazing. But guidance for the Covert Intelligence Bill, that's what they're calling it, CIB, currently going through the House of Lords, outlines other public bodies who will be allowed to employ them as undercover agents. It says the public, which has been published online, and I think I've got the link for it here too, mind you. It should be included in here, yeah. Prohibits those under 16 from being used to inform on their parents or guardians, but it permits the use of older teenagers to be used against their own family under special circumstances. In other cases, authorizations should not be granted unless the special provisions contained within the juvenile's order are satisfied, it notes. A CHIS aged 16 or 17 old should only be deployed to gather evidence against their parents or any person who has parental responsibility for them, where careful consideration has been given to where the authorization is justified in light of the fact. This is astonishing, eh? I tell you. And so immediately they changed this is how the psychology is used. So Anne Longfield, the children's commissioner, so you get commissioner for children, called for the use of child spies to be banned, she says. They've been using child spies for years in Britain, by the way, for other reasons, even getting them to go into stores and ask for smokes and things. Then they charge the shopkeepers, and they've done documentaries on it over the years. And some make their living. Some of these children make a living on it. That's how they get their cash going in. Anyway, she says, I remain to be convinced, she says, that there's ever an appropriate situation in which a child should be used as a CHIS, she told the Telegraph. This practice is not in the best interests of the child. See how she spins it, she's trying to condemn it. What about society? The interests of society? Huh? As well as police, MI5, MI6, London headquarters pictures, and the National Crime Agency, the list of agencies including the Gambling Commission, County and District Councils, the Environment Agency, and the Food Standards Agency, right? They can all use it as well. It's passing through Parliament right now. We're going through it, and there's folk are complaining about it. And also they've got... there's another one too, is a legislation which aims to protect undercover operatives from prosecution if they're forced to break the law on operations. So anyway, that's the system we're living through, isn't it? And under any other times, in any other time in history, would say for what it is tyranny. And these are dystopian governments, obviously, dystopian times. And authoritarian systems, which are not democratic by any means at all, being rushed through all these different kind of laws and ridiculous agendas, which at any other time in any other country would be massively condemned. And yet their own countries are using them internally. So they'll set up stings to set up their own parents, or neighbouring parents, for instance, neighbouring folks. What do you think of so-and-so? Oh, well, I think so-and-so will not get reported. That's it. This is complete tyranny, folks. And you vote for these governments. I can't believe. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And they never learn from history, do they? Folks never learn, That's what I'm saying. Never fight across the seas for something. Never do that. Never, ever do that. They used to say that the only thing to fight for is a little bit of dirt you sit on. That's about the only part you have some control over, at least to grow your own vegetables and support yourself. But don't go over and fight in other nations for vague whatever, or the evil empire, or the evil Satan, or whatever they want to call the latest target. Because you're being used for a system that has that will turn around and do what they're doing to you now. What's wrong with you? Wake up and wisen up, because you don't get many chances, retakes on this. You get the one chance at everything, really, generally. And you have to make decisions as you go along. But can't you see what you're living through and how bad it's going? This is just the start of this. Look at Mr. Schwab and his great agenda here for the Great Reset, making things better and new and all the rest of it, bring back better. This is the complete sustainability agenda, post-consumerism, folks. They've had it with you buying things, and keeping yourselves happy by buying things, even though they made sure that all you could buy was junk that wasn't made to last at all. That's why you had to keep buying stuff. But it's always your fault, not theirs. Oh no. Psychopaths will always make excuses to project onto you what they're doing themselves. It must always be your fault for what they want to do. Because whatever they want to do is going to be pretty nasty for you. There's no doubt at all about that. And to shut down the world's economies, where they say that if you get COVID, you got 0.04 of 1% chance of becoming ill with it or sick or dying. And now you'll notice too, they already have lots of good treatments in hospitals, good antivirals and so on. So even the folk that were dying before last year because they were ramming those stupid ventilators down their tracheas, they're not doing so much now, and folk are recovering much better. But literally 99% of the people don't even know they've had it and don't have symptoms pretty well. So yeah, this is a big agenda, but using COVID obviously for the Great Reset. Build back better, BBB. And reimagining society, reimagining commerce, reimagining education. All from the same head of the Hydra, you might say, the main head of the whole Hydra, the capstone itself. When they all parrot the same things, it's all coming from a central command. And once again, you're going to have to come through and have there's a few people who are committed to help each other out. It's because times are going to get bad, really bad. And you have to have each other to help you out with basic necessities and things that must be done occasionally here and there. Basic help. During terrible times. Because government is not going to make you happy, believe you me. They're not there to make you happy, no matter what they say, or to help you in bad times. People now are terrified of the governments. I think it was Jefferson talked about the systems, and he mentioned that when government was afraid of its people, you had some security and safety. But when the people were afraid of their governments, the systems would fall apart eventually, or have to be made to do something because you're under a tyranny, you see. When older folk especially are terrified to even go, like happened in Canada a couple of months ago or whatever it was, with the woman had a problem and she had to get medication for it, she had a prescription, went to the pharmacy and the cops basically arrested them. And she said they'd sat and pondered going out at all. She couldn't wear a mask, it was part of her problem. If she was getting the prescription for it, didn't matter, you see. But she said that she and her husband were worried about having to leave home because of what might happen to them by the police. And it did happen to them. So people are living in fear of their own governmental agencies. That shouldn't be, folks. These are the things we used to accuse tyrannies of. Tyrannies that were always across the sea somewhere. Now they're all here. And you can't go on for long like that. Because tyrannies don't stop being ruthless, to get worse, unfortunately, as time goes on. Because psychopaths start to get used to very quickly you obeying them, and then they become very impatient when they have to use more persuasion to get you to go along, and then they stop persuading you and just order you, like Fauci. What a system, eh? What a system. But the whole system is geared towards massive change. And what Quigley's talked about war, get more done in 5 years of war, he's talking about massive changes. Social changes. That's what you're in right now, using a war type scenario. The Great Reset isn't just finances, it's an entire structure of society and living, right down to the personal life, or if you should even exist in the first place. I remember giving the talks where I said that eventually you won't get born unless they need you for something. That's where they want to take it down the road, you know. You have to have a purpose to serve them, the great state. So help each other out. Don't forget that. And try to patch up any differences you have with a few folk you may have fallen out with even. Because these are tough times and you have to put things behind you. And don't start yelling to families and falling out with families about this. You'll need the families if you have families at all. And you will definitely need each other, believe you me. So remember, send a few bucks on waycuttingthroughthematrix.com, list all my official sites, and send a few bucks. PayPal, cash, or personal check will do fine as well. And as I said, hopefully shortly I'll be able to get and post a few books off and get that done. So have patience, because the whole world's being forced into this right now. So you got to have a bit of patience all around. And then don't fall out with each other, right? So for myself, Alan Watt from Ontario, Canada, this good night. May God or your gods go with you.
Sognerà con mi festivalea, sognerà l'esteme visalea, secolo l'idea me survea, sognerà con mi festivalea.
Sognerà